Board Member Price and Secretary Bozay.
You are on, ma'am.
Thank you very much. Secretary Bozay is here. Marvelous, marvelous.
Hello.
Hello. Good to hear you. Good to see you. Okay, and Alma is, I'm sure, keeping an eye out, or maybe if anybody wants to reach out to Board Member Price. I believe we are expecting her to dial in any moment now. And it is 4:33, so we'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. This is the April 1st, no fooling, regular board meeting of the Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education. We are starting at 4:30 and we'll be going into executive session, and we'll be coming back around 5:30 for our regular meeting. So starting with calling the meeting to order, we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance in English and in Spanish, as well as the salute to the New Mexico flag in English and in Spanish, then the acknowledgement of tribal land. Does anyone feel inspired to lead the pledge?
I'll do Spanish.
Okay. And Carmen, yeah, if you want to lead in English, that'd be great. Dr. Gonzalez. And if you'd unmute yourself, I think. There we go.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Juro fidelidad a la bandera de los Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico, the Zia symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures.
Saludo la bandera del Estado de Nuevo México, el símbolo Zia de amistad perfecta entre culturas unidas.
And the acknowledgement of tribal land.
We acknowledge the original people of the land, the Tesuque Pueblo people and other tribal nations, and ask them to walk with us today as we share and learn together.
Marvelous. Thank you very much. Now we are on the approval of the agenda. Any needed changes? Dr. Garcia, it looks like you're shaking your head.
Madam President, members of the board, I think it looks fine. Thank you.
I move approval of the agenda.
I will second that.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. I think Vice President Garcia beat you to it, Secretary Bozay, with the second. We will go ahead and have a roll call vote. No Board Member Price just yet. Okay. On approval of the agenda.
I'm sorry, I believe she is in with the phone number.
Oh, great.
Oh, wait, I guess I'm sorry, I think she just left again.
Okay. She might have fallen off. Yeah, I don't see a number.
Or she might be going
to executive, I think Dr. Garcia was saying. All right, on the approval of the agenda, we have a motion and a second. I will do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia.
Yes, Madam President.
Thank you. Secretary Bozay.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
And the president votes yes. We have approved the agenda. Moving on to our executive session. Secretary Bozay, do you want to take us in?
Madam President, I would like to take us into executive session where we will discuss collective bargaining and the discussion of purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property as it pertains to El Camino Real Academy roadway easement and the Santana easement at Santa Fe High School.
Okay, that's a motion. I'll go ahead and second, and we'll do a roll call vote on going into executive session. Vice President Garcia.
Yes, Madam President.
Secretary Bozay.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
and the president votes yes. Again, we will be back in regular session right around 5:30. And for now, the board is in executive session, and we'll see you over there. Okay. We're coming back. We'll just give it a minute to make sure we get our board members. I believe we have board member Price now.
Yes, I'm back.
Excellent. Marvelous. Okay, I see 4 of us. We're hoping Vice President Garcia joins us. Not seeing him at this stage. All right, I think we might as well come back. 5:37. Secretary Bose, do you want to bring us in?
Madam President, I would like to bring the Board of Education back from executive session where we discussed collective bargaining and the discussion of purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property with the El Camino Real Academy roadway easement and the Santana easement at Santa Fe High School. No action was taken.
Thank you. So that's a motion to come back from executive session. I'll second. We'll do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia, are you there? Don't see him at this stage. Secretary Bose,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Price,
Yes.
and the president votes yes. We're back from executive session. Thank you all very much. On to Roman numeral 3 on our agenda, introduction of interpreter. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Para servicio de traducción en español, marque 701-802-5152, número de acceso 4277932 #.
Thank you very much. Moving on to Roman numeral 4, our school board showcase. And we start tonight with Sweeney Elementary music. Dr. Garcia. Or I see Ms. Pickerel, maybe.
I lost my screen. I was going to introduce you, Ms. Pickerel. Sorry. Ms. Pickerel is our fabulous music coordinator. So take it away.
Welcome.
Good evening. Tonight I present Sweeney Elementary with Dee Dee Harrison as the music teacher. This is Miss Harrison's 34th year of teaching, and this is her 2nd year serving Santa Fe Public Schools. This performance consists of a combination of 3 3rd grade classes. Miss Benzo, Miss Encinius, and Miss Aracelli's classes worked separately to make this music video, and Miss Harrison was able to put them together to make this performance. Miss Harrison is thankful for the hard work of the students to learn this song and the movements. She would like to thank the parents, the teachers, the music department, and our administrators for their flexibility and cooperation that helped to make this possible. The students are so excited to perform for you this version of Dean Martin's song, A Marshmallow World. Please enjoy. Share my screen. Share. Hold on, where'd it go? There we go.
of marshmallow clouds being friendly in the arms of the evergreen trees. And the sun is red like a pumpkin head. It's shining so your nose won't freeze. The world is your snowball, see how it grows. That's how it goes whenever it snows. The world is your snowball, just for a song. Get it out and roll it along. It's a yum, yummy world good for sharing. Take a walk with your favorite friends. It's a sugar day, what is spring is late. And winter is the marshmallow world. Take a walk with your favorite friends. It's a sugar day, what if spring is late, and winter is the marshmallow world. Winter is the marshmallow world.
Well, that was great fun. Thank you, Ms. Pickrell. The mixes are getting better and better. That's incredible.
And I know the kids were super excited to be able to share that with you. So I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you.
We loved it. Thank you so
I
much.
don't know how anybody could not enjoy that. That was like joy embodied.
Did the kids get to see that compilation?
Oh yes, yeah.
Made me
Okay.
slightly reminiscent for winter time for just a second. Very cute.
Very cute. Thank you, Sweeney Elementary and Ms. Pickrell.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes, go ahead, Vice President Garcia.
So great job to everybody that's involved in that. Educators, you know, I went to, it used to be called Sunset. Sunset was when I went there in the fourth grade, fifth grade. It was called Sunset Elementary. And so I went to that school when it was Sunset Elementary. And but kids, educators, great job. Awesome. And I drive by Sunset all the time. I call it Sunset. It's called Sweeney Elementary, but however, great job. Awesome. But it used to be called Sunset a long time ago. I even have a shirt that says Sunset Elementary. But thank you. Great job.
I won't ask whether it still fits. The shirt.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does fit. Yes, it does fit.
Okay. All right. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you, students. Great job, guys, girls.
Continuing now with our school board showcase, we have a celebration at Ortiz Middle School. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President. We're very excited to share with you the wonderful things that are happening at Ortiz Middle School and to introduce this portion of the agenda is Associate Superintendent Debbie Rael, who supervises Ortiz Middle School.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. President Noble, members of the board, Superintendent Garcia, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Principal Felicia Sena and Assistant Principal Mr. Gonzalez, Philip Gonzalez. And they have a teacher that they will introduce, but the presentation tonight is called Celebration at Ortiz. And even in a very difficult year, we have a lot of reasons to smile at Ortiz and celebrate the good work that's going on there. So with that, Ms. Sena, I will turn it over to you. We can't hear you, Miss Senna. We're not getting any audio, Miss Senna. Not yet. I'm wondering if Mr. Gonzalez, are you able to get on?
It says Miss Senna, it just said you were connecting to audio, so try unmuting like one more time.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yes.
try this. Okay,
We
I'm
gotcha.
sorry about that. I hope I don't cut out. My internet's not very great here at home. Good evening, President Noble, Superintendent Dr. Garcia, and members of the board. My name is Felicia Santa. I'm the principal at Ortiz Middle School, and I'm so excited to be here today. It's a long, challenging year, but it has not stopped amazing staff at Ortiz from demonstrating great innovation, creativity, and compassion for our students. They've worked very hard to engage students in learning, and here are just a few slides of our teachers at work. We have Ms. Gallegos lighting it up on the open access page. We have Ms. Park getting students ready for high school math. We have Mr. Krings integrating into science. We also have Ms. Sheldon providing students a presentation on citizenship. Ms. Burke's students are studying technical theater and stagecraft. And we have Ms. Salazar teaching thinking maps in hybrid. He's very excited. As a result of the innovation and creativity of our teachers, our students have been able to excel out of the classroom as well. We had a co-winner in the county spelling bee. Mr. Jeremy Finley won first place in District 4 honor band. And we had some beautiful artwork by Abdel Lopez submitted to the New Mexico State Fair. He's just very talented. At Ortiz, we strive to provide programs that meet the needs of our students. We have 3 programs that are unique to Ortiz Middle School. We have a biomedical program, and a art program. I'd like to introduce you to Mr. Flanagan, who is our technology teacher. He will be sharing a little bit more about our startup technology program. Mr. Flanagan.
Thank you, Ms. Senna. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jonathan Flanagan, and I'm the technology teacher at Ortiz Middle School. One of my courses I teach is startup tech, along with help from the Network for Teachers of Entrepreneurship. So you may be wondering, what is startup tech? Startup Tech is a blended learning tech entrepreneurship course that asks students to identify ways to improve their world and to build marketable digital solutions using a platform called MIT App Inventor. Students create an original application that addresses a community need. They develop abbreviated business plans using lean startup tools and methodologies, and then they present in a Startup Tech showcase for the chance to win funding and publicity. One of the most important aspects of Startup Tech is the adoption of what's called an entrepreneurial mindset. So the way that students view themselves and the world around them directly impacts their ability to dream and achieve. In today's innovation economy, and from what we've seen over the last year, there are needs and opportunities evolving faster and more fluently than ever before, and our students must be given that opportunity to learn and practice the academic, social, and technical skills that will help them build a mindset that equips them to recognize opportunity, take initiative, and innovate in the face of whatever challenges they may encounter in the years to come. So what exactly are students doing in this course? Students start off with learning the basics of entrepreneurship and application development during the first semester. And in the second semester, they form business teams in order to collaborate with each other to create a startup company around an application they feel solves or alleviates a problem they see out in the world or community. As you see on the screen, there's a few examples of students working over the past several years. On the business side of things, they're hammering out all of the needed components for their startup to be successful, including things like research into their problem and solution, target market, and competition. They're also exploring and creating business models, pricing strategies, and marketing materials. On the app development side, students begin discussing strategy and goal setting and then collaborate throughout the app development process to design, program, troubleshoot, and deploy a minimum viable product they can present to potential investors. In 2019, we had our first showcase. The startup iAnimal found that the literacy rates for young children in New Mexico were concerning to them. So they set off to develop an application that would provide kids with a fun, interesting, and interactive application that encourages reading in an engaging and approachable way. In the application, users can explore and learn about different types of animals from biomes all over the world. In 2020, our showcase went digital, and with it, the startup named Teacher Finder came out on top. Citing the increase in teacher shortages in New Mexico, they set out to make an application that helps teachers, staff, and administrators connect with each other so vacancies can be filled quicker and schools can get the support that they need. And you can see a little video playing there of the application in action. For 2021, your guess for the winner is as good as mine. We've got apps that help parents with their children's emotions. We have apps that will help keep you from getting scammed online. Applications they're designing that will remind you to wear your mask when you leave the house. No matter who wins this year, my business teams are still working extremely hard, no matter where they're learning from, and I can't wait to see who takes the win this year. So that's what's up in Startup Tech at Ortiz. I'll send it back over to Ms. Senna. I thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Flanagan, for your presentation. I hope you all enjoyed the exciting learning opportunities that are happening at Ortiz Middle School. Thank you all for your time this evening.
Dr. Garcia.
Madam President, I just couldn't be more thrilled, and congratulations to you, Ms. Senna, and your whole team, Ms. Rael. You probably remember, President Noble, that I had you sit in on that meeting around entrepreneurship and trying to get this going in the district. And it's a real big deal because it does integrate computer science, but with entrepreneurship, which is really building out as a wonderful career pathway at Ortiz that we hope can continue on to Capitol High, along with the medical career pathway. Mr. Gonzalez, also thank you. I just hope our public will get an opportunity to take a look at this. I think Ortiz is one of our best kept secrets. It really is a jewel in the district. And I would love for people to come visit the campus. It's just amazing. The climate, the orderliness, the excitement, the things that are happening at that school are phenomenal. And I think it's a missed opportunity for a lot of families and should really consider Ortiz and come visit. But that entrepreneurship program and the Scrub Club, I forget what they call it now for the juniors that are the younger ones, but that whole scaffolding up to the medical career pathway at Capitol is just phenomenal. So congratulations. And I'm just so happy we got to showcase you tonight. Mr. Flanagan, we're lucky to have you as well.
Thank you.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, that was really amazing. And I'm just curious, so you have a winner, who selects the winners of your contest?
So usually they're selected by outside app developers, web developers that I can get, on the horn. And I'd love for them to come out and, have the students present in person, obviously. And that happened the first year we did this. This year, I'm reaching out to some online communities and some personal friends of mine who do app development and even web development in Santa Fe to take a look at some of our top contenders. And they'll be doing that early mid-May.
That was great. Thank you very much.
And wow, I want to echo that. Thank you all very much for being here. I ran a a startup program for 8 years, and the curriculum was almost exactly as what was on that slide. And I use it all the time. And still, the lean startup methodology in the nonprofit world, they're talking about lean impact, but it's the same thing. And it's really, really useful in so many careers, certainly in starting and running a business, but even for those of us who work for organizations and do nonprofit work, it's relevant. And it's so great. As Dr. Garcia mentioned, this was one of my first meetings when I came on the board about the entrepreneurship program, and it was wonderful. And now it's really blooming. And the app stuff, I mean, that is so exciting. I hope you will bring back to the board whoever the winner is. But also I want to say that, you know, there was so much in there before we even got to the entrepreneurship and the startup competition and the app development competition that was really exciting as well. Makes me wish I could go back to middle school almost. But congratulations and thank you all for being here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam President, may I?
Yes, go ahead, Vice President Garcia.
Mrs. Sena, Ortiz Middle School, you know, Dr. Garcia and I went there about probably 3-4 years ago, and very, very awesome job, Mrs. Sena. You know I am, and your staff, as well as your kids, your students, as well as their parents. Excellent job. Awesome. You know what? Like you said, Dr. Garcia, that's like a jewel in my community here off of Airport Road. It's actually awesome. It's a great school. Very great school. Ms. Sena, and you and your staff, as well as the students and their parents, great job. I just want to say congratulations and great job once again, Ms. Sena. You know I am, and I talk to you all the time.
Thank you.
And again, great job. Thank you for taking care of my community and my district, and I appreciate that because kids have ultimate respect for you. And great job, Ms. Sena, you and your staff and the kids, children, as well as their parents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sena. Thank you, Mr. Flanagan, Mr. Gonzalez for being here. Thank you also, Ms. Rael. Appreciate it. Okay, on our school board showcase, as a point of privilege, I would like to add a little appreciation. I was contacted by our friends at Earth Care, who have been doing incredible work in building civic capacity. In particular, this has been some work that has some Santa Fe Public School alumni and teachers from El Camino Real have worked with students who sent a letter to the New Mexico Environment Department expressing concern about an asphalt plant that is being, I think it's being redone, consolidated and redone. And they sent a letter about their concerns and their health, as well as impacts on families and communities of the asphalt plant going in near El Camino Real. They first did research, they talked about what they learned, and they shared their analysis before sending the letters. And of course, environmental justice and social justice are issues that we want to talk about in schools and build this capacity. So if the board is amenable, I would like to ask that we get certificates for the folks that I am about to recognize. The organizers who are Santa Fe Public School alumni, and I think they maybe worked with EJ Martinez as well, but Domenica Nieto and Stephanie Hernandez, and the teachers from El Camino Real, ECRA, Patricia Chilon Garcia, Karen Garcia, Gabriela Marquez, and Ed Gorman. And the students, of course, are what it's all for. And these are the students that got involved in writing letters to the Environment Department about this asphalt plant. Janine Garbalena, Julian Alas, Ronald Atencio III, Brandon Banuelos, Yanitza Cardona, Marcos Castillo, Ian Castillo, Aaron Chavez, Leland Davis, Javier Dominguez, Ginelle Duron, Alexis Esparza, Francisco Foster, Abel Fresquez, Jose Garcia, Reyes Garcia, Isabella Hernandez, Jaylene Hernandez, Montserrat Rangel, Angel Rascon, Osvaldo Rivera, Gabriela Rodriguez, Jocelyn Rodriguez, Angela Rosales, Odalis Saints, Raquel Sandin, Aaron Terrazas, Hugo Torres, Lilian Trujillo, Darizel Urbina, Aliyah Vargas Pacheco, Yatsiri Velasquez, Angel Ventura, Daniela Herrera, Ashley Juarez, William Juarez, Sierra Lafferty, Carmen Landeros, Juan Lopez, Amberly Lopez, Romino Maldonado, Luis Martinez, Keanu McKee Van Loon, Andrew Mendoza, Elsa Mendoza, Javier Menjivar, Jorge Morales, Jesus Ortega, Melanie Palomino, Dylan Paz, and Santiago Perez. Again, this is an incredible effort, which is by the number of names, I think it's evident what a good job the teachers and organizers did in getting the students involved. So thank you for building civic capacity, and for the students, please continue to advocate for your community and get involved in civic issues. We need more of that, please. Thank you all very much. Okay, moving on
Madam
our
President, before
Yes,
you
please,
move
Dr.
on,
Garcia.
excuse me, please. I just got an urgent text from staff to make sure that we got that list from you. If you can email it to me, thank you.
Absolutely. No, I have a document. I didn't remember everything. And I hope I did some justice to the names. I know I must have gotten one or two wrong, and to those students, if I didn't get your name quite right, please forgive me. I hope we have all the right spellings, but you can.
Muy bien con el español, señora Noble.
Gracias. Estoy aprendiendo. Moving on our agenda, we are at the union update. Is Grace Mayer with us? I hadn't seen her before. Ms. Mayer, are you here? Or anyone else to do the union update?
Madam President, I think she has a conflict, I think once a month for sure.
Yeah.
Because they have their meeting on Thursdays also. So I think
Okay.
she makes one meeting a month typically.
Also, folks are working very, very hard in the schools right now. Okay, moving on to Roman numeral 6 on our agenda, public forum. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, our public information officer and social media specialist, Cody Donarski. It will be assisting us tonight with this process. Mr. Donarski.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, and Superintendent Dr. Garcia. I apologize, I could not find my unmute and video button. My Zoom was missing. There are 6 people signed up for public forum comment tonight. Rules for public forum. Please listen and speak with respect. No uncivil conduct will be permitted. Please do not discuss any specific student who is not your own. No sharing of time. Self-monitor, observe the 3-minute time limit. I will give you a 30-second warning when your time is almost up. Public commentary and dialogue is allowed only during public forum, not throughout the meeting. Please search for answers on common ground. You may speak on any topic, whether it's on the agenda or not. Your input will be taken into consideration. Please be advised that the board may discuss your issue during the meeting, but by law, the board cannot take action on items that are not on the agenda. Please do not discuss employee matters which may result in disciplinary action. Instead, notify the employee supervisor, the human resources department, or the superintendent. The first comment is from Julia Bergen. Pull up my stopwatch. Good evening, President Noble, members of the board, and Superintendent Garcia. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comment at this evening's Board of Education meeting. My name is Julia Bergen, and I am the Executive Director of Communities and Schools of New Mexico, as well as a member of the New Mexico Coalition for Community Schools, established in 2019 by Governor Lujan Grisham as a requirement of the New Mexico Community Schools Act. During last month's board meeting, President Noble announced the Santa Fe Public School District's Community Schools Resolution, a collaborative focus, and with it, the district's commitment to supporting the New Mexico Community Schools Act, a strategy to organize the resources of a community to ensure student success while addressing the needs of the whole child. I applaud President Noble, Dr. Garcia, and the district's decision to formally establish SFPS as a community school district, paving the way for every Santa Fe public school to have the resources, staff, and support to build strong community schools based on the unique vision, needs, and assets of each school and its students, families, and community. The 4 community school pillars at the center of the New Mexico Community Schools Act provide a framework that each school can use to guide how to best build a strategy that suits the school's unique population and needs. Of those pillars, the collaborative leadership and practice pillar requires school and district staff with their community school coordinator to build a diverse community school team composed of parents, staff, community stakeholders, partners, and others who will consistently and actively engage and participate in creating and sustaining the school's community school strategy. Collaboration, cooperation, and diverse community voices are at the center of this pillar and essential to the community school success. I strongly support the district's community school resolution. I also strongly echo the resolution's call to community partners, agencies, the city of Santa Fe County, philanthropists, and others to step up to participate in this exciting work, to come together to support the district's community school approach that will transform education, schools, and most importantly, our children's futures. The next comment is from Barbara Zuckerman. It is unconscionable that medical waivers that have been given in writing are not being honored. Believing my year-long waiver would be honored, I decided to hold off on my vaccine for a little time. I found out yesterday that the waiver is no longer being honored. I promptly made an appointment to get a vaccine, but I will not have my second shot until early May. I cannot be expected to return to work until my vaccines have reached full efficacy. Once again, teachers are being shown how little regard PED has for our welfare and our well-being. The next comment is from Susana Morales Menkes. Good evening. My name is Susana Morales Menkes, and I am an art teacher at Mandela International Magnet School. I am writing to share my truth with you on going back to full school. The CDC still recommends only visiting with your pod and in limited numbers and staying 6 feet apart. The governor, PED, and Santa Fe Public Schools have chosen to put me in a building with 200 plus unvaccinated students and peers. I am expected to teach online and in person, or is it to supervise, babysit, and caregive? I did not become a teacher to become a frontline worker, put my health and my family's in peril. The vaccine is not 100% protection, and there are many unknowns. I would appreciate compassion, listening to our voices, honoring our individual stories. I've been working more hours beyond the 5 hours of prep since I started teaching almost 20 years ago. Now there are more expectations, clean tables, check halls, teach 2 different groups at once, open all your windows to fill our schedule to make sure we are working. This is not sustainable. I had hoped that this unique time would help SFPS PED reflect on what is working and what isn't. Going back to 5 days, why? What does research show? Wouldn't more students going outside, exploring their personal interests, time for home learning and play be a good thing? Is learning the focus or supervising? We are still a mostly female profession, and being a woman in our culture is often associated with holding the role of caregiver. We give, are expected to give and put others before ourselves. Let's challenge this bias, give us equal importance to our students. Let us have a choice about returning, listen to our experiences, get our feedback. We matter. The next comment is from Mateus Sayer. On February 3rd, CDC Director Raquel Walensky announced that vaccination of teachers was not a prerequisite for safe reopening of school. The CDC's announcement should have signaled the turning of a page for our district, empowering the board with the evidence and facts necessary to boldly lead students and teachers safely back to the classroom. What was the board's response? Silence. Not once has our board sought to utilize this information to help educate district stakeholders. Our school board has forgotten its duty, has allowed its focus to be compromised, has allowed its obligation to be turned from voting for what is in the best interest of children to acting as a second mouthpiece for the teachers union. The board's willingness to elevate the union's interest over students is demonstrated at every board meeting where the union is provided a platform to speak on any issue for any length of time, while any student or parent must pre-file a written comment to be read by a dispassionate third party for exactly 3 minutes. Oral advocacy is the hallmark of public participation, and this board completely excludes students and parents from this opportunity. Even worse, this board, which makes every attempt to signal its inclusive virtues, would seemingly take note that New Mexico ranks 47th in literacy, meaning that the requirement to pre-file comment in writing results in the exclusion of approximately 17% of our community from any level of participation. As stated by the New Mexico School Board Member Handbook, an effective board member voices opinions frankly in board meetings and votes for what is in the best interest of its children of the district, and is able to sift fact from fiction, to sort out rumors of realism, and to know the difference. Our board members have failed on both accounts. While the pandemic has presented non-trivial difficulties to all district stakeholders, none have felt these difficulties more sharply than children, those for whom our schools exist. We could have and should have begun relieving children of their suffering months ago, with confidence that we are doing so based on scientific consensus. The board chose otherwise. In late February, the district entered into an MOU with the teachers union, agreeing that upon vaccination, teachers would begin returning to the classroom. This agreement was not based on fact, but fear, and now stands in the way of a full return to the classroom, despite scientific fact concluding that the return can and should have already happened. Because our board has forgotten its duty to put the interest of children first and are unable to sift fact from fiction, they have failed our children and the district. Each board member must rediscover their duty to put children first or resign. And I believe there was a comment that was sent in Spanish, but I believe it's the same one, Dr. Garcia.
Yes, and I have it. We will allow it the same 3 minutes because I think it was their intent for it to be in Spanish. I think you all know that when you read in Spanish, that there's more words. And so I will do my best to read this. So start the timer, Cody. I believe this is from, oh gosh, I gotta go to the page here. You have the name, Cody.
It is from Andrea Sayer.
Andrea Sayer, thank you. El 13 de febrero, la directora del CDC, Rochelle Walensky, anunció que la vacunación de los maestros no es un requisito previo para la reapertura segura de las escuelas. El anuncio del CDC debería haber dado lugar a que nuestro distrito doblara una página, lo que facultaría a la Junta de Educación con la evidencia necesaria para guiar con valencia a los estudiantes y maestros de regreso al salón de clase de manera segura. ¿Cuál fue la respuesta de la Junta? Silencio. Ni una sola vez desde el 3 de febrero ayudar a educar el distrito. Nuestra Junta Escolar ha olvidado su deber, ha permitido que su enfoque se haya comprometido, ha permitido que su obligación pase de votar por lo que es mejor para los niños, actuar como una segunda voz para el sindicato de maestros. La voluntad de la Junta de elevar los intereses del sindicato de maestros sobre de los estudiantes se demuestra en cada reunión de la Junta, cuando se proporciona al sindicato de maestros una plataforma para hablar sobre cualquier tema, mientras que cualquier estudiante, padre a otra parte interesada que desea hablar debe presentar que la previamente un comentario escrito para ser leído por un tercero despasionado hasta que se cierre la ventana de 3 minutos, momento en el que se detendrá a mitad de la frase y seguiría adelante. La defensa oral es el sello distintivo de la participación pública y esta junta excluye completamente a los estudiantes y padres de esta oportunidad. Pero aún esta junta que hace todo lo posible por señalarle su virtud inclusiva y su alerta sobre temas de equidad, aparentemente no ha tomado nota del hecho de que Nuevo México ocupa el puesto 47 en alfabetización, lo que significa que el requesto de precalificar los comentarios por escrito.
That's time, Dr. Garcia.
Okay, so we'll get this translated. I think it's the same as the previous letter, but we'll have it translated in English nonetheless and provided to you as we're doing all the other emails received.
And the last public forum comment for tonight is from Kobe Hansen. Dr. Garcia and members of the board, according to tonight's agenda, you will be taking action on the approval of one-time $1,000 COVID-19 retention bonus for select employees. As the spouse of an SFPS employee, I'm requesting that there be some clarification during that time as to how employees were selected for this payment. Is it only teachers, are educational assistants, office staff, and other ancillary staff included in this selection? Is it limited to those returning to their worksite next week? How and when will selected staff be notified that they made the list? Is this being funded through CARES Act or some other discretionary fund of the district or PED? And that is the last comment for public forum tonight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Donarski. Appreciate it. Always appreciate those who write in with productive comments. And we certainly will be clarifying around the retention bonuses when we get to that action item. Moving swiftly along, we are now at Roman numeral 7, board discussion and possible action. Item A is a big item for the board, of course, and that is the superintendent search update and process. This is an item that I'm going to continue to put on our agenda for the foreseeable future so that we are able to talk about it as needed, as this is really the primary function of board members is hiring a superintendent. At this stage, Dr. Garcia, is it correct that we have 12 applicants? And just looking for the overall number.
I would say as of Friday last week, we had 11.
Okay.
Mr. Exner, where are we now? 5 more?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, we currently have 15. There were 4 that arrived in the last 48 hours.
And it closes on Monday at 5 p.m., April 5th.
Yeah. And Dr. Gonzalez and I had the opportunity to talk through some things with our board counsel, Mr. Tony Ortiz. And so I just thought I would ask a few questions of the board as we refine our process. And the first one is, given that we have 15 applicants, we have until Monday that the current job posting is up. Do we feel good about that? Do we want to extend? That's the question. And while board members consider that, Dr. Garcia, I would ask of you if there was some outreach done to the Superintendent's Association and anything else you can tell us about that.
Madam President, members of the board, I just want to clarify that actually there's 16. We had 11 before, received 5 more, so there are 16 applicants. And then we had it posted with the New Mexico Coalition of Educational Leaders, which is broader than just the Superintendent's Association, as well as the New Mexico Superintendent's Association. We put out a press release and then a media alert and have publicized it extensively on social media. And in the education community, it's pretty well known that Santa Fe Public Schools is open and searching for a new superintendent.
So thoughts from the board on our timing, given that the posting closes on Monday, April 5th. Do we feel good about that? Do we think we want to extend this at all? Yes, Dr. Gonzalez.
My experience with searches is that a lot of people put in their applications at the last minute. So I think we'll probably get a few more before the 5th. And I think if we got 20, that would be, I think that'd be okay with me. But I'm just one person here, so.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead, Secretary Pazay.
members of the board, Dr. Garcia, I feel fine about keeping on our current timeline, considering that we've already extended an additional week. We all expressed some concern about moving in a timely fashion, and I think that we should have some very qualified candidates to choose from. And we don't want to lose any of those opportunities either by spending much more time searching.
Great. And just a reminder that we talk about our process in public. We talk about candidates individually in executive session.
This
Ms.
is
Price.
Lorraine.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that Monday is fine. I don't think we need to extend it. I think what needs to happen is that we need to come up with questions and set a date for interviews.
Excellent. I would agree. Thank you very much. And Dr. Garcia and...
Madam President, this is Rudy.
Go ahead, Vice President. You there, Rudy? It looks like you're trying to speak, but we're not. I don't know if anybody else is hearing him. No. Okay. We're not hearing you at this stage, Rudy. So building on what Ms. Price said, I think that's right. We do need to schedule some time to interview Dr. Garcia and Mr. Exner in HR. I don't know if anybody else is involved, but are going to sort how many of the applicants meet the qualifications listed in the job posting, because we may have some that sometimes in a job posting like this, you get very random folks applying who have never been in education before. And we certainly do need an administrative license. And if somebody has a provisional license or something like that, I'm sure that Dr. Garcia and Mr. Exner will guide us through that. But the other thing that Mr. Ortiz recommended was that the first thing we could do as a board is, of the qualified candidates, look through and decide if we want to interview some or all of them. So potentially do an initial look with the resumes and letters of recommendation and letters of interest that we have. Dr. Gonzalez.
Madam President, Dr. Garcia, members of the board. Now I forgot, through all that, I forgot what I was going to ask you. So how are we going to come up with the questions? Are we going to work in the executive session to come up with that, or how are we going to do that?
So that's a good question. And,
This is Lorraine.
yep, go ahead.
I would suggest we look at the questions that we asked the last time we selected superintendent, which is Veronica Garcia. There's one question I think should be removed, and I think we need to also add a few questions. I don't think it's necessary to reinvent the wheel.
I don't think so either. I think that's a good idea.
Also, Dr. Garcia has offered that she would draft some questions for us to consider. So I think it would be great to do an and both. Look at the questions from the last round of interviews. And Dr. Garcia, if you see things that are missing and, for you to upgrade that. Yes, please go ahead.
Madam President, they would be for your consideration for the board to edit, add, subtract. I mean, because I will probably see the final draft. But with that said, Ms. Price and Mr. Ortiz are probably the only ones that were involved, besides myself as an interviewee. I don't know if we have the questions from that. Do you have them, Mr. Ortiz?
Not within my, I could certainly check my records to see if I have them, but I don't know. And one of the other things I was going to say is I certainly don't want this process being, I certainly think we can look back at past board questions, but one of the things I was going to suggest to the board is considering setting a date by which time interested board members may submit perhaps 2 to 3 questions for consideration. I will take them and mutilate them with my red pen. And then send them back to the board for consideration, shorten them, make them, a little more pointed, try to consolidate ones that are repetitive. And then maybe you have some things you can work with as well from there. So I certainly want the board to feel like they can put in new questions now, in addition to, I don't know who said the and or, was that you, President Noble?
And both, yes.
Approach. And yes, so I think that's a great idea. Maybe set a date by which time board members can submit some, 2 to 3 questions.
We good with that, board members? Speak up if you disagree.
And Madam
This is
President,
Lorraine Price.
Yep, go ahead.
Who are you talking to?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to you, Ms. Price.
Okay. I suggest that we set a date next week, early part of the week, for the questions to go to and fro, and that we set the interviews maybe for the following Monday.
Okay. What do we think about the culling of interviewees as a board together as our first action?
Why would we call it interviewees?
The idea being that if someone has made it through the qualifications checklist, but we are able to see through their letters or past history that they are a non-starter for us as a board, that we would not waste our time in interviews.
Oh, that we have to be careful with that.
I would agree that
that
we should have a liberal lens to interviewing. This was, Mr. Ortiz's advice, and I thought it was a good idea for us to take a look together first.
Mm-hmm.
Dr. Gonzalez?
I agree. We need to set aside some time next week, I guess, to look at all the applications and decide who it is that we would like to interview. I mean, if there's 15 or 18 or 20, I don't know that we will interview all of them, but, and I'm sure that some of them will not be qualified.
Madam President, our goal, and Mr. Exner has already started on that, is creating a matrix and a notebook for all of you. It will have the applicants that didn't meet the qualifications, so you would have that. And then the ones that do would be culled out, and we could let you could look through them. The other process is for you all to go through and then submit to the president the ones that you feel, that you wanted to interview, so you wouldn't have to meet. You could do a quick Zoom meeting like this one evening. I would think, though, that not all the staff will be here. Well, it closes 5 p.m. on Monday. It's going to take HR. Howard, about how much time realistically do you need to put those packets together for the board to even be able to look at them?
Dr. Garcia, that's 2 days. We should have it later next week.
So maybe by Thursday, they could have it, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Let me ask this, Dr. Garcia, are we going to need the finance subcommittee next week?
Well, probably, Mr. Martinez, are you on? Robert?
Because what I'm getting at is, and I provisionally.
Probably not. I don't think we're going to be ready because ASBO is still going on, and I think it's even going. There you are. When is ASBO finished, Robert?
It finishes tomorrow, Dr. Garcia, and we have gotten no
information on unit value, even a close.
Right. Nothing in concrete yet.
Because once we get the unit value, then we start pulling things together. I think it would be very rushed for us to try to do a study session on Thursday, so you could have that.
So what I would suggest for the board, and I have reached out to NMSBA for the 1-hour training for boards on hiring a superintendent. They have provisionally placed that on the calendar for 4 p.m., which is our start time for that finance subcommittee. So what I would suggest is that we do that training at 4 together, and then at 5 or just thereafter, if we need a bio break, we do an initial looking at the qualified candidates together for an hour or two, and that then, per Ms. Price's suggestion, we schedule interviews. Weekdays may be hard for us to do all day for me with my job, and I don't know about Ms. Bose, but we can certainly find either a good chunk of time, or we could look at interviewing. I'm happy to do a big long session on a Saturday, and the following Saturday would be then, so Thursday is April 8th. We might want to do interviews on April 17th, just to give folks.
President, and if you wanted to move quicker, HR can help you get those scheduled if you create a schedule. So you could call them out on Thursday and interview that Saturday if you wanted.
And 2 days later.
And also I wanted to note that, and I forgot, that Mr. Exner can be available to the board, and Tony just making you available, Mr. Exner. But if there's any questions or whatnot that you might have that you need him, he can make himself available to you and then just join you in your executive meeting.
Okay. Ms. Price and then Dr. Gonzalez.
I don't want to drag this out over 2 Saturdays. Also, the questions will be leaked, and I think that's not fair to the second group. I think we're just going to have to start in the morning, schedule lunch, and maybe dinner, and just work our way through it. That's what we do.
That I would, yes. And just to be clear, I was not trying to say we do them over 2 Saturdays. I was giving 2 Saturdays as options. We could either do the 10th. I was just wondering if the 17th would give candidates more notice. And if the 10th, if we decide who to interview on the 8th, if the 10th is a bit tight turnaround, but we could certainly try that.
If they want the job, they'll be here.
That's probably true. Dr. Gonzalez.
So are we going to get the resumes and everything before the 8th? I mean, it seems like a really short period of time to review a bunch of resumes and materials on the 8th and then interview on the 10th.
We can probably give you what's already available That's because we can do that online. He wanted to put together the actual notebooks so that you had paper as well. Howard, what do you think? You think you could have it ready by Wednesday so they could have 24 hours before Thursday's study session?
Madam Vice President.
Hang on one second, Mr. Vice President. Okay, Howard says yes, you could have it ready by Wednesday. Go ahead, Vice President Garcia.
I would like to just go into executive session, talk about this stuff, because this is we're the policymakers, and let's talk about what we're gonna do and what we want, how we're gonna do it. But nonetheless, that's my suggestion.
Just a reminder, we've been told by our attorneys that we have to talk about the process in open session, and we can talk about individual candidates in executive session.
That's fine. Our legal department can talk to us all they want. We're the policymakers, and we can actually do what we want to do. And so I understand their legal terminology. I get it, but so that's just my opinion. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. So, Dr. Gonzalez, does that work for you? Do you feel good about getting things on Wednesday, and other board members? If we get them on Wednesday, are we good to go with board training at 4 o'clock on Thursday, and then candidate review at 5 o'clock on Thursday in executive session?
Works for me.
Secretary Bozay, can that work for you?
Madam President, yes, I think that works. If it's at all possible, I might enjoy the opportunity to see what's come in an electronic format to review that over this coming weekend. And then if there's a notebook or a binder ready to pick up on Wednesday, to have printed out in front of us would be helpful. But I, if possible, would appreciate having this weekend to look over what's come in so far.
Board President, just a quick question. Will you want me available for the initial reviews?
I think it would be good to have a refresher on some process stuff before the initial reviews.
April 8th?
April 8th, 5 p.m.
5 p.m. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Garcia.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Mr. Ortiz a question.
Sure.
Because I typically, for other interviewing processes and when we've done other searches, we typically didn't give the board the candidates piecemeal. But is that because, they have more time to review some than others, it kind of a little bit of a unlevel playing field? Is that okay? Or is it better to give it to them all at once?
My preference is that everything be uniform.
Yeah, that's my thought.
As uniform as we can, that, materials go out as, at one time. I also, quite frankly, I'm not crazy about things going out in electronic format, but that's just old school me. I like things to go out and be collected when they're done so that things aren't disseminated. But
yeah, because that was Ms. Bose.
I got to graduate though from that perspective.
But that was Ms. Bose's, request if they could get them ahead of part of them ahead of time. But then what happens? It's not really fair to the other candidates to come in later. And so, like Mr. Ortiz said, you're trying to keep it as uniform and fair for everyone.
Right. No, that makes sense. I thought I was just picking up on something else that had been said about getting us what was available before the packet was ready.
So really, Madam President, policymakers are policymakers, and once they all submit everything online, no matter who the candidate is, it all becomes public record, which is fine. If that's where you guys want to go with that, that's fine. And just keep that in mind, because once they all submit their application, wherever they are, whoever the individual is, then it all becomes public record. You might as well just have the entire public join our meeting. And let's have them vote for it, because that's what's going to happen. And it's okay. I don't have a problem with the policymakers. I don't have a problem with the general public thinking about who we're going to hire, but us individual policymakers, that's why you get elected, to make that decision. And so you're going to have 25 applicants. And so what's going to happen whenever you bring the 25 applicants forward? Who's going to make that decision? It's all public record once they submit it online, as the attorney knows that. And so it's great. Caution. I want to have the general public involved in it. I understand that. This is why you get elected, because you have to make those tough decisions, and that's what's going to happen. And so when you have the general public looking at every single applicant, I get it, I understand it, Kate, you know, vice president, I mean president, you know that. So just how you want to do it, let's do it, people, individuals, because just think about that. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, well, if you have any suggestions as to how to improve the process, obviously, please speak up. Ms. Price.
Yes, I have another question. Who is going to do the 1 hour intro for new people?
Hugh Prathner, I think, is the one who does it.
Prather.
Never heard it said.
He's going to do it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing I wanted to say is I agree with the board vice president that I personally think that you give the public the incorrect notion that they have a say as to who is going to be selected the new superintendent of schools, which is indeed not the case. It is the 5 of us who will select the new superintendent.
Okay, and I don't know if there's a particular issue that we think is giving the public that idea.
Board President,
That would be if we decided to have public input. I'm not saying that we've decided that. I'm just saying if we were to do such.
Got it. Mr. Ortiz.
I was just going to say, to whatever degree the board needs me to answer questions or kind of just review process or law or any of this, I'm available to answer any questions on this.
Thank you. So at this stage, I think we have an agreement that we will, on Wednesday, get in some form, and we might need to talk about that a little bit, but a packet. And I don't know if anybody else shares the digital concern that Mr. Ortiz raised. But it sounds like we've agreed that we'll get them all at once on Wednesday, that we will meet on Thursday to do the training at 4, to do the review of who we want to interview. Do we want to interview 2 days later or a week and 2 days later on a Saturday? Seems like nobody feels strongly.
I feel like it's we won't decide until Thursday night, and then we have Friday, and we notify the people that they need to be interviewed on Saturday, and that seems very tight for people. And I know that spreading it out is also problematic, but I just think this is a very important decision, and doing it that quickly is a little problematic for me.
And I may have an availability problem on the 10th, if that's the date you're looking at.
Okay. I'm inclined to agree with Dr. Gonzalez. I'd like to do it on the 17th.
That'd be better.
And it sounds like that's better for Mr. Ortiz. Here's another question, going back to Thursday, the 8th. Do we want to meet in person? And this is our sort of next item on the board discussion. Do we want to do this together, or do we want to do it virtually? And if
Madam President, you know, let's do it together, live, and without legal counsel, without whoever else. We're the policymakers. In my opinion, let's meet together and let's talk about it. Let's sit down behind the closed doors. Let's talk about it. And whether the attorney can or cannot make it, or whatever else, you know, we need to make a decision quick, because our superintendent is great, and we have to fill some big shoes for Dr. Garcia. We're going detail. Let's do what we need to do. Let's get it going. So that's my opinion. Let's meet on. Let's move. Let's go. Sorry.
Okay. Any other thoughts on in person?
I would like to meet in person to discuss.
Okay, Dr. Garcia, I suppose I need to ask if that is, we're talking about the 8th right now. And it would be 5 of us. We might not need Mr. Ortiz at that point, but certainly we'd need somebody else to let us in, and is there a room and all of that. Okay, the logistics will work for us to meet in person, masked and distanced.
Hold on, I lost my, there we go. I couldn't unmute and then I lost the screen. Yeah, you don't have to worry about that, whether it's Mario and Howard or whomever, of letting people in, managing all of that. We will take care of that. We do have to be cognizant of how and where you'll be sitting.
Yeah.
And so you won't be like all around the same table. There will be a lot more distance possibly than you would be comfortable with. In other words, it won't be like interviewing in my office, because you do have to, in our buildings now, you still have to do 6 feet. It's 3 feet, like in the classrooms if they can't manage it, but like for all the other buildings, our directives are 6 feet. So it'll be a little awkward in a way, but you can do it. And so you just let us know what it is you need. And in terms of like food being ordered or whatever, we can do that too. So we just need to know the dates and times, so we'll make sure everything is open for you.
Okay, and we'd need to figure out how to get the training.
And Mr. Prather, I would imagine, would be willing to do it in person, or if he does it online, I hope that you all have your laptop so that you could bring them so that you can, do it virtually or hybrid style.
Okay. And of course, we would need to start in a regular meeting and go into executive session. So I think there's broadcasting and some other logistics involved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, sounds like we're there. I would also like
So
to go ahead, Ms. Price. Yeah.
So the meeting after the training will be at 5 o'clock?
Correct.
Approximately, yes.
Approximately, yes.
Oh, okay.
5 o'clock or 5:05 if we need a bathroom break.
Okay. I'm not sure I will attend that, but anyway, yeah.
The training or?
The training.
Okay. You're the one who's done this before.
Okay.
May I suggest, to Mr. Ortiz's point about questions, just so we take some parallel tracks in order to move expeditiously through this, that we consider sending a couple questions by Wednesday to Mr. Ortiz. Does that work? Or we could do it by the end of next week, because it sounds like we're talking about scheduling interviews for Saturday, April 18th. I'm sorry, 17th.
Madam President, can I speak up a little bit, please?
Please.
Can we have yourself or the vice chair or Tony or Sally or next superintendent that's leaving? Can they just create 10 questions or 20 or 50, whatever it is, and those are the answers, the questions. Let's move forward. And everybody that's on the panel and everybody that actually is going to apply, they have all the same questions, and we're the policymakers. I think we should do what we need to do. So that's just my opinion. Tony, give us some questions. Sorry, Mr. Ortiz, give us some questions. Dr. Garcia, give us some questions, and if there's 20 questions that they want and we want 5, or we want 7 or 10 or 20, then let's pick the questions we want. It's up to us to pick who we want, how it's going to happen. So that's just my opinion, Madam President.
And Rudy, I'm certainly happy to generate anything. What I was trying to do was to give board members the option as the policymakers to generate the questions that they feel are important. And then, I have sort of a cleanup role rather than an origination role. That was kind of my idea, but I'm happy to fill in gaps if there are still additional questions that are needed. But frankly, Dr. Garcia is in a much better position, as is an experienced board member like yourself or Ms. Price, to know what they want to see in a new super. And you've got one of the best right now. She can certainly tell you the kinds of things that she'd probably want to see as well. So she can help supplement, but I want to give board members certainly the power to originate those questions if they want to.
And Madam President, Mr. Ortiz, I totally respect what you're saying, and I get it. We all get it. We understand it. And like somebody said on the New Mexico School Board Association, a high top officials, Rudy, let me tell you something. You have one of the best, probably the best or one of the best superintendents in the state. And it breaks my heart that she's leaving, but she has to do what she needs to do, and I understand that. And like you said, Mr. Ortiz, let's help her or yourself generate some questions, 10, 20, 40. What do you got? What do we want as policymakers? And I understand, Mr. Ortiz, what you're saying. And I just want to put that on the record. And let's go. We got to move because we got to hire a superintendent. It's going to be some big shoes to fill. And everybody's listening on this Zoom. I'll tell you one thing, Mrs. Dr. Garcia, like people told me, that's a good lady. That's a very smart superintendent. And as I got to know her for the last 3 to 5 years, yes, she understands. She has passion, and why she wants to retire, I don't know what she's thinking, but that's her choice. But anyhow, President Noble, what do you want to do, President Noble? And I'm sure the board will follow you, whatever you want to do.
I'm going to call on Dr. Gonzalez next, and then Secretary Bozay.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, I am more than happy to submit some questions. I have some areas that I would like to make sure that our new superintendent is cognizant of, and so I'm happy to submit questions.
Okay. Secretary Bozay.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, I would also like the opportunity to submit some questions, but I do feel like it would be helpful to wait until after our training next week, as this is not a process that I've gone through before. That I feel like there's still some more information for me to learn, and I'll have the packet in front of me, and so maybe early the following week to be able to have some questions ready around the 12th.
Okay, thank you.
If I find some, I'll send them to you also.
Okay, I think
ahead,
that, I think Dr. Garcia knows, having been a superintendent twice and the secretary of PED, what would be a good series of questions. I would like her to submit her questions, and then if our questions are not incorporated into those questions, we can decide to add to it.
Okay, so thank you. I'm going to try to weave this together. Dr. Garcia, maybe you would, by our Thursday meeting, give us a draft list of questions. I would say then that we can consider them and work with Mr. Ortiz on the 12th, 13th, whatever it is that week, to submit additional questions and have him help us refine that. Does that work for all board members? Dr. Garcia is nodding. Dr. Gonzalez is nodding. Secretary Bozay is nodding.
Madam President, I'm okay with
nodding. Thank you.
I'm nodding, but I'm seeing yes, my phone's going up and down. Yes.
Okay. And provisionally, can we say 10 a.m.? I know we can talk about this, but 10 a.m. on the 17th for Saturday interviews for as long as it takes to get through the candidates we're interviewing?
Madam President,
Yes,
will the interviews be in person as well?
that is the next question. What do you think?
This is,
Go ahead, Lorraine.
yeah, I think we should meet before 10 a.m., even if it means that we have breakfast together at 6 feet.
Okay, what time?
So like 8 o'clock. Meet and maybe have breakfast burritos or something like that for half an hour to an hour, and then get started with the interviews at 9 or 8:30, whatever. Because if we say 10, you know we're not going to get started till 10:30 or 11.
Okay, anybody else thoughts on that? Secretary Bozé, you probably have, well, maybe Vice President Garcia has a little ways to travel to 610.
Wait, what? No, I'm fine. I'll do whatever you all need for me to do.
Okay.
I can make it work.
Okay. So I would suggest that, yeah, we come together at 8 and we will commit to scheduling our first interview at 9. Does that work, Ms. Price?
Yes, yes, I will. Yes, tentatively, because I'm still not driving, so I will have to get a lift. But I think that's fine.
Okay.
Madam President, I'll pick her up at 7 o'clock in the morning. If she needs to be picked up, we can go to IHOP and have some breakfast, and we'll be there on time. And then also, are we gonna have half-hour interviews, hour interviews? How's it gonna work?
It depends on how many questions you want to ask.
Well, that's where I'm going.
And then
I'll pick up at 7 o'clock. I'll pick up at 7 o'clock, and we'll go to IHOP.
Well, let me think about that. Because I don't think they're seating people inside.
Well, we can sit outside in the patio, but Madam President, whatever you guys need, I'll do it. Whatever you guys need.
Cold pancakes don't fly.
Madam President,
Dr. Garcia.
if we, typically about 10 questions is usually, I think you can do that with maybe one open-ended at the end, or a 10 minutes for them to give whatever they want to say that maybe wasn't asked or whatnot. And usually try to hit all the various operations of the district so that you get a nice, well-rounded view of what. And so I think based on those questions of whatever you may want to substitute or incorporate or edit, you'll have a sense of how much time you will want after you review the questions. And you probably could just decide that on Thursday when you meet. And then allowing for 10 or 15 minutes to do some scoring, possibly some notes, and then have the next person come, and then you'll be able to work your schedule.
So what I would suggest is that we have this item after our executive session on the 8th, so that we can finalize our process. Personally, I'd be uncomfortable with half-hour interviews. That doesn't, okay, Carmen seems to agree. That doesn't seem like long enough to responsibly consider our next superintendent. Okay, I think we're good. We've made a lot of progress. And we can discuss it more. If we need to discuss the process more, we can have this on our agenda on the 8th as well.
This is Lorraine.
Yes.
One of the things that we did the last time was we decided how long we wanted each question to go. And then we could write that next to the question, and then we put the questions in front of the person, even though we took back the questions after they were done with the interview, so they had a way of pacing themselves.
I like that idea.
Madam President, this is Rudy. I just want to make sure that when you do an interview, not all 10 or 25 or 30 applicants, the number actually does not know what the questions are before the previous individual goes forward. So Tony, help me out with that, because if we put it online, here's the questions and how you're going to do it. And so I just want to make sure that how that works. Mr. Ortiz, please help me with that, because I don't want the 10th applicant to say, oh, I already know the answers to the question because the previous one answered it. So help us work with that. You don't have to give us an answer today, but I'm just thinking handle that stuff. Thank you, Ortiz.
Vice President.
No, the questions do not go online. You can put a copy of the questions in front of the person that you're interviewing, and you take back the questions when they are done, so they don't walk out with the questions.
I'm okay with that. I just want to make sure that we're okay with that, Mr. Ortiz, Attorney Ortiz. Thank you.
Yes, the structure that Board Member Price is suggesting is that you just allow the candidates to know when they come into the interview room how much time they have to answer each one of the questions, so that they pace themselves as they go through. It's fair, and it doesn't involve any leaking of any questions in advance to any other applicants.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Ortiz.
Okay, anything else on this item?
How about thank you, Ms. Price?
Thank you very much, Ms. Price.
Ms. Price, I have a question. Do you want to be the superintendent, Ms. Price? You can switch it up. No, us as policymakers, I know sometimes we have to have fun and we have to smile, because today's is April Fool's, and so we have to smile.
That's right.
We have to have fun, because people don't realize out there, when you're a policymaker, it's hard. My hair it was great, it got white, but I'm just bringing that up. But thank you, Madam President, and my fellow colleagues there and staff, and Dr. Garcia, as well as Attorney Ortiz and his staff. Thank you for what we all do and what you all do, because sometimes you got to smile and enjoy the day. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, and I think I also just want to say, we are and committed to working very hard as a board to doing this right. There is no fix. There is no predetermined candidate. I hope that's pretty obvious by as we go through all this, but I am guessing that folks that are seriously applying might even be tuning in to this, and I just want that to be clear. We're working through this as a board. We're all learning. We're all thinking more and more deeply about this, and there is absolutely no fix. I've become personally very zen about this, in that, we act as a board, and this is our most important job, and we need to move through this together. And I very much appreciate, Ms. Price, your contributions and what you're bringing from the wisdom of the previous process, and everybody else's, careful thought and attention on this. And of course, Dr. Garcia's great desire and effort to support us in doing this well, and keeping the district on a really great track. And Mr. Ortiz, thank you as ever. We appreciate your wisdom and experience and steady hand.
Thank you all, and of course, let me know if you need anything between now and the 8th. Otherwise, I'll see you then.
Madam President, if I can, really quick on that note, please.
Go ahead.
We're the policymakers, and Dr. Garcia, you've done an excellent job for this district. You know that. You're top notch. It breaks my heart to see you leave, but you have to do what you need to do. And us policymakers, we actually care for our district. In my district here, off of Airport Road, all the entire school district. And we're doing this because we have passion. And I just want to put on the record for the general public to know, you know what? We're doing this. And because why? Because we care. And we're going to do good. And the next individual that actually applies for it they're going to be, I just want to let the general public know that, us policymakers, we care. I do. We do. Well, all 5 of us do. And there's hard decisions we have to make. However, we're gonna do good, and we just need to. We're moving in the right direction, and so I just want to bring that forward, Miss President, because we're good. We're gonna do our best we can do, and I appreciate everybody that's moving forward with it. And so I just wanted to bring that forward, President Noble. I'm so nervous, President Noble. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anything else on that? Our next item on board discussion and possible action we've touched upon, and it is future board meetings, virtual, in person, or hybrid. Given that we are having staff and students coming back to the buildings, it seemed right that we talk about this for our operations. However, it's slightly easier said than done. And Dr. Garcia, I'm hoping that you will outline some of the considerations having to do with the space for the board on meeting in person.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. We discussed this in cabinet. We had Mario Salvidres and his team come out, and they did measurements because we do have to meet the 6-foot distancing rule. There's a little more wiggle room in the schools, but for these open general mass gathering places, there are different criteria. While we're at 70% capacity, while we remain in turquoise, 75 rather, it doesn't mean that we can take up 75% of the space. It's much less. And so I believe that it was found that there are 20 spaces that can be occupied in the theater seats, 5 on the dais, but we typically use 7 because Ms. Williams and I sit with you. If we don't sit there with you, then we would be at that cabinet table and you can fit 3 people there. And I did ask Mr. Granada, Josh, if he could just go over just very quickly what the rules are, because it is a mass gathering place, and then also what PED recommended, generally speaking, about meetings.
Madam President, Dr. Garcia. As Dr. Garcia said, we're in the turquoise designation as designated by the Department of Health. And so mass gatherings, we're allowed to have 150 people gather together. And Dr. Garcia explained how, while that might seem like a really large number and that we can have full board meetings, when you take into account social distancing, it's going to dramatically reduce the numbers. The considerations that the board might take into account are, I guess, in the Department of Health's order, one of the consistent themes has been that when at all possible, people should stay at home. And so even though we're progressing quite significantly out of the pandemic, there's still kind of that underlying theme from the governor, essentially. The public education department I don't think is going to provide any guidance because I don't think they really want to basically say what elected officials can do. As you guys have been discussing how you're policymakers and you're able to do that, you as a board can examine the Department of Health orders and determine what's best for the board and what's safest. Some of the other considerations might be that some of the teachers are still going to be on accommodations to work from home, for example. And so there might be some staff who would need to participate in a hybrid fashion. And it seems that whichever decision the board's going to make, in some regard, there's going to be a hybrid situation. I think one of the PED's main concerns is participation by the community. And I think that the board would want to take that into account too, how public can participate in board meetings And so those are just some of the considerations before the board. 20 people sitting in the boardroom, and then taking into account how many staff can participate and how many board members can participate. Those are just some of the large considerations to take into account.
So it sounds like we might even create access issues if we return in person. Dr. Garcia is nodding. Dr. Gonzalez.
President, members of the board, that was my concern, particularly around public forum or deciding like who gets the 20 seats. I almost feel like they have better access in our virtual mode, but I also understand that, we all have a desire to be back in person as well. There's just, an element to it that feels better, but, the students won't be able to come. And if we have staff or presenting, people are going to be in and out. And then we have, how much space can be used up in the lobby. That's also limited. It's more challenging than we had originally considered. And it's not a problem to move computers in and out, but everyone there, unless they're going to call in and listen. So let's just say all of you came and not everybody brings their laptop. Part of the meeting is going to have to be virtual. So then are they calling in and talking? You just kind of see how it snowballs and becomes unwieldy is the issue.
Yeah. Dr. Gonzalez.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, I initially really wanted to come back in person, but after hearing all of this, I really think that we need to continue our virtual meetings through the school year at least, and then we can reevaluate after that.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
I agree with both doctors, Dr. Garcia, Gonzalez, but I want to come back. I miss you guys. I miss being live there. And, so what I would like staff to do is, what's the plan? How are we going to come back? We might have to get through this school year, but we have to come back. We're going to open up. We have to open up. The Biden administration, the economy, the socialism, and we have to open up. It's going to happen. So what's our plan? So I would just like staff to give us a plan as to what is our plan, Mario, our director of security. How are we going to do it? You don't have to answer right now, but how are we going to do it? Because we need to. It's going to happen. And I know some people don't want to come back. Some do. I want to come back because I miss everybody. I miss the socialism. It hurts me. And it's going to open. We have to come back. The governor's, it's opening slowly, but we have to come back. So what is staff's plan as to how we're going to do it? So that's my opinion, Madam President.
Board Vice President, this is Lorraine Price. So I guess our cold pancakes from IHOP are off.
No, I'll deliver them. No, I'm just saying, I totally, we all understand it. And New Mexico is one of the, we all understand it. It's like, how are we going to do it? What is staff's plan to bring us back? Because it's going to happen. We have to come back. We have to. The economy, so that's just my opinion, Madam President, but thank you.
Okay. Again,
Madam President.
Yes, please, Secretary Bozay.
Thank you. Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, I just wanted to briefly touch, while I do agree with the other two doctors who already spoke, that I wanted to share a quick quote from the CDC director this week, Dr. Walensky, who was also quoted earlier. She said this week on Monday, when I first started at the CDC about 2 months ago, I made a promise to you. I would tell you the truth, even if it was not the news we wanted to hear. Now is one of those times when I have to share the truth, and I have to hope and trust you will listen. She said, I'm going to pause here. I'm going to lose the script, and I'm going to reflect on the recurring feeling I have of impending doom. We have so much to look forward to, so much promise and potential of where we are, and so much reason for hope. But right now, I'm scared. And I just think that it's really important It's wonderful that we're in turquoise. It's wonderful that kids are going back to the classroom this week. We are not out of the woods. And fear is real. It's being validated by the director of the CDC. And I think that we, as elected public officials, should serve the community well to remind them that we are not out of the woods yet. Educating our children in person is a priority. I feel that we as a board have done an incredible job meeting virtually and still fulfilling our duties. I think that the work that we have to do with hiring a new superintendent may very well be done better in person, but I think that whenever possible, we should continue to meet virtually for the time being. Thank you.
Okay. So that's quite clear. Thank you very much, Secretary Bozay. And Ms. Price saw the quote coming. She knew it. Powerful words. Okay, we are on to more meat on the agenda, the superintendent's announcement and follow-up, item 8 on our agenda. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. 2021 and 2020 graduation ceremonies. Oh, how exciting. If everything holds, you know, we stay in turquoise or green, it's going to be looking a lot more like a normal what's normal? A traditional graduation ceremony. But of course, and we hold them, you know, they would be outdoors. So that would be not only Capitol and Santa Fe High, but our other schools would be outdoors. The county color on Wednesday, the Wednesday 2 weeks prior to our commencement ceremonies will determine capacity and allowances. COVID safe practices will still be required by the Department of Health and PED. Graduates of 2020 who choose to participate in these year's ceremonies should contact their high school. And we'll get that out on social media. And I know that the high school principals have been getting that word out, but many of you who are very adept on our board with social media, let the class of 2020 know that if they want to participate, to please contact their alma mater. And Mr. Chavez, Associate Superintendent, who supervises the secondary schools, he and the principals have been busy working on this and figuring out how they will accommodate the 2020 graduates as well. A structured literacy update. This is from Ms. Sinkshaw. Our commitment to providing the best reading instruction has not diminished during remote learning, and I think that's super important. With support and training from the New Mexico PEDS Comprehensive Literacy State Development Grant, which you remember we applied for and received, our remarkable first grade teachers and interventions screened all first grade students in the second quarter, which has enabled them to target reading supports earlier than in previous years. So that's a real plus in this year of pandemic and should, I think, make parents feel better. We congratulate our teachers for meeting these new challenges. In 2019, the legislature and New Mexico PED shifted to a more proactive, systematic approach to reading instruction and support with the passage of Senate Bill 398. State statute mandated the screening of all first grader students for traits of dyslexia and also directed that all first grade teachers, interventionists, and first grade special educators be trained with the LETRS framework built on science reading. This year, Santa Fe Public Schools embraced the state mandates, building on the foundation from 2018. If you remember our Read First Santa Fe, so we were ahead of the game again. And our educators are divided into two phases. Phase 1 teachers have completed 4 units of LETRS, structured literacy, and phase 2 teachers have completed 2 units. These teachers will continue next year as well with this program. Additionally, elementary and K-8 administrators are also participating in their training deepening their knowledge of quality reading instruction. And what she left out of here is that there was an extension. Not all the districts and all the schools are done, and we're finished. I mean, in terms of meeting that first requirement. So congratulations to Ms. Zink, the CNI team, all our principals, ahead of the game. Just so proud of them. The 2021 legislative session update. The governor has until April 9th to sign bills. Thus far, House Bill 2 has not been signed. I did speak to you about this last time. There's a 1.5% cost of living average adjustment for public school employees. K5 Plus, which added an additional 25 days. We'll be talking about this at the next board meeting. Extended learning, we tentatively submitted the application because it was due, but we were told we can modify it based on what the board wants to do. I've mentioned it to you already that I'm leaning towards us all going the additional 10 days and building that into the calendar. But this gives you time to be thinking about it before we bring it on the agenda. K5 Plus is going to be more difficult. I don't think we could pull that off because it has to be an entire school. Should there be an entire school that every staff member wanted to do those additional 25 days, that would be terrific, but I don't think we're in a position to mandate it. There is a whole boatload of legislative actions. I'm going to just provide those to you in writing, just for the sake of time. What is most exciting to me about it, about the session, is of course something that is near and dear to my heart and to many of you, and that is the constitutional amendment for not only increased distribution to public education K-12, but for early childhood, which includes home visitation and pre-K, right, and services for our youngest kids, because we know that is a huge changer, and also it's an economic development driver. And so on so many fronts, this will be a game changer for New Mexico's children. So excited, but now we have to get the voters to pass this constitutional amendment. And the Albuquerque Journal, last I saw, had an editorial against it. So it's not a slam dunk. We're going to have to really work hard to get this passed. GO bond, mill levy, election update. And Mr. Granada is available should you have any questions, but with the confirmation of Deb Haaland as Secretary of the Interior and her subsequent resignation from Congress, a special election will take place on June 1st, the date on which we had intended to hold our special election. New Mexico election law prohibits an election 70 days after an election to fill a vacancy in the U.S. Office of Representatives or 70 days prior to a statewide election, which is November 2nd. After speaking with the county office, it's been determined that there is insufficient amount of time to hold a special bond election. We're recommending that to the board that we hold the bond elections during the regular election in November. The board will need to vote and move the election and adopt the resolution and proclamation. This is just giving the public and you, the board, fair warning that we will be bringing this back. And Josh, we'll be bringing it back before I leave? Do you believe?
Board member, President Noble, board members, Dr. Garcia, yeah, that's correct. We can bring it back pretty much as quickly as possible. We are ready. We were ready to have the bond election in June, and unfortunately we have to push it to November. So we can bring it an action item to the board as soon as.
Go ahead.
As soon as possible.
And I'd like to do that because then that gives the staff the go ahead so that we can continue the work with our, campaign advisors that help us with producing the materials and all of that. We've been working on our campaign strategy and it's pretty much in place, but that way, if you can take action, then we can start working on that sooner than later. And two more announcements. Santa Fe Public Schools Innovation Expo 2021 STEAM Powered Learning For the first time, Santa Fe Public Schools Innovation Expo was in virtual. Students, teachers participated in virtual presentations, interacted with event sponsors, and actively learned. Each of the many sessions averaged 10 participants, all connecting in this new virtual format. And I want to thank everyone who participated, teaching and learning and digital learning teams who coordinated the event. Congratulations to everyone. And I'm looking forward to that event when it's in person. I may have to come and visit again. And coming back to school, April 6th, we're so excited. And it's just going to be a joyous day to welcome back our students. We have missed them so much. And I know that faculty and staff and school leaders are thrilled to have them back. And we did send out guidelines for parents. It's will be in the bulletin. If they missed it, it's been put out on social media. It was sent to all the schools got it out. And it will be also in an op-ed. So everyone should know what they need to do to be prepared to come to school. But one big thing I want to say, free lunch and breakfast, regardless of income. Okay, that's super important. Free lunch and breakfast, regardless of income. However, if you bring your own lunch, the rules are weird. You don't get free milk. You'd have to pay 50 cents for the milk. So just FYI, okay? And there will be the curbside drop off. Don't forget your masks. And those are non-negotiable unless there's some medical condition. So welcome back April 6th. And God, we've been waiting for this for a long time. And that concludes Superintendent's updates.
Thank you very much, Dr. Garcia. Dr. Gonzalez.
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, do you have an idea of how many students are coming back or what percentage of students are coming back?
It varies by school. Some are as high as 80%. Some are as low as about 50. Ms. Romero, do you have the district? I know you just were on. Associate Superintendent Romero, do you have the district number, or would you like to just share any more on that?
I do have numbers. We've been keeping track. So
yes, please share.
Those students that have chosen remote learning, it's about 4,500. We have 5,400 that have chosen to come in person. And there were about 1,800 parents that we did not get a hold of, but we're planning for them to come back.
But you see with those numbers, and you've got some schools with 70 to 80%, it's obviously evident that you're going to have some that are fairly low, right? So
will they be able to,
it's a range.
Will they be able to join in? I mean, they may be hesitant at first, but then they see that it's working, and can they join in later?
Students are always welcome. When school is open, they have a right to come back at any time. Okay. They can enroll the last week of school. I wouldn't recommend it, but yes, they have the right to do that. I also want to give a shout out to everyone who's come back and are, doing all they can to get school ready, but a special shout out to 57 district level employees who are not at sites, who will be out in schools supporting until all the teachers get vaccinated, and they'll still be doing their regular job and trying to supervise. And so if we seem a little out of pocket the next few weeks, it's because we're going to be out in schools helping and supporting our principals and our teachers until the ones that are fully vaccinated can come back. And everyone should be back unless they have an approved accommodation by April 19th.
Thank you.
Madam President.
Yes, Secretary Bozé, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia. I'm wondering, I heard you speaking about the free lunches when we were talking about kids coming back in person. And I know that I got a robocall today from the district. I was wondering if you could just touch on meal distribution out in the communities for those that aren't returning to school in person at this time.
Sure. And I also want to reiterate that, Madam President, members of the board, if I may, I just want to reiterate that it's also breakfast, free breakfast and lunch. both meals.
And
Ms.
we've been
Wagner?
picking those up and they're fantastic and I highly recommend it. My kids are just thrilled and enjoy them and it's so much food. It's really helped with our grocery bill. So thank you to all of the staff, and the food service team is just phenomenal. So that's been a great experience.
It's really improved. I know that there was some concerns right at the beginning of the pandemic because we had run out of food and it was a little tough there, but we really found our equilibrium. Ms. Wagner, are you on to talk about food drop-off?
Sure. Board President Noble, members of the board, Superintendent Garcia, due to staffing limitations, we will be eliminating, effective next week, the delivery out into the communities, but we will keep the curbside locations open Monday through Friday, 10:45 to 12:45. So the curbside locations people are accustomed to going to, and they're on our website at many of our schools across the district, will still be open. And that's so that the crews that we have coming back can meet all the increased workflow in the cafeterias, and then they'll get food out to the curbside. And I just have to second the notion that the food is pretty great. My kindergartner has been enjoying the free meals through his daycare program throughout the pandemic. And my other kids are jealous, frankly, of his turkey and mashed potatoes and his juice. So we are really proud of the meals we're putting out into the community. We're pleased to be able to continue to reach students staying remote and provide that curbside service. So our gratitude, our deep gratitude to our staff, our employees. They'll be working extra hard to serve in two places, indoors and outdoors, in the weeks to come.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. One other thing I just wanted to add about coming back to school, board members, that you might get complaints, and that is that the schools might feel cold in the morning. You know how Santa Fe is in the spring and in the morning, it's nippy. Sometimes even in the summer, it's nippy in the morning. And because of the increased air exchange, we did remind parents to make sure that they layer their kids, right? You know, might need a sweater or a jacket or maybe even a little cap. It might be cold in the classrooms in the morning. So be prepared to layer. I just know it's going to be cold because I know in our offices, they're cold anyway sometimes. And then with the air exchange, I'm already thinking about bringing an extra wrap and whatnot.
That was a big takeaway that we heard from the reentry information, was layer and be sure you have enough warm clothes to stay warm. So I appreciate that. And I just want to say thank you to you, Dr. Garcia, to everybody who's in this meeting and watching, and everybody who's not. Really, this is a big deal. And, you know, we're following the public education department's directives to go back to school at this time, and the requirements there. And it's a big lift from everybody. You know, it's interesting what you say, Dr. Garcia, about folks doing double duty. And, you know, I just feel really strongly that we have to continue to support each other as a community, to work together. There will likely be some bumps. There will likely be some discomfort. There has already been plenty of that, of course, but we have to remember to remain kind and work together and communicate actively. And, you know, it may get a little bumpier before it gets smoother again and as we go back, but you know, we've come this far together, with I think, very strong ethos of community, of working together, and we've got to keep going. And it'll be more work for folks who have already done heroic work for this entire school year. All of the educators and staff, and district employees, and you, Dr. Garcia, and it's not letting up for a little while. But, you know, we are we are getting close, as Secretary Bose said. We, need to stay vigilant. We need to make sure that we don't slip into the impending doom that the director of the CDC fears. And we can do this. We can do this. We can work together. We can, stay vigilant, conscious, communicate actively, and, take care of each other, be kind. And thank you so much. I mean, we just can't say enough to everything that this district has done. I have heard a number of things about how pleased folks are as they've gone back into schools at how much the district has done in terms of air exchange, in terms of marking the physical distancing, in terms of plexiglass barriers, in terms of just rethinking all the physical stuff. And honestly, we were on it a year ago really quickly. I know how fast you all started working on ventilation, and it's been a long year, and we, sort of can see the light at the end of the tunnel. But let's stay together, maintain our community as we go through the next few weeks and the next bumps that we feel as a district. So again, deep gratitude. Okay, moving to our action items. We are now on item 9, Roman numeral 9 on our agenda. We have the consent agenda. Anything any board members want to pull off or ask questions about? And if not, is there a motion?
I move approval of the consent agenda.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Is there a second? I'll go ahead and
I will
second.
second that.
Oh, we'll have Secretary Bose second that. We'll do a roll call vote now on the consent agenda. Vice President Garcia. I'll come back to him. I don't see him on the participant list right now. Secretary Bose.
Can you guys hear me? I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah, there you are. Okay, Vice President
Sorry.
Garcia, go ahead. Your vote on the consent agenda.
Yes, Madam
Thank
President.
you. Secretary Bose.
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez.
Yes.
Board Member Price.
Yes.
And the president votes yes. Thank you very much. Moving on to action item B, acceptance of our FY20 financial audit. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. I'm going to have Mr. Martinez, Robert Martinez, our interim CFO, who will introduce our auditor from the principal from the Jaramillo Accounting Group. And I believe we do have members of the audit committee here as well. As you recall from past years, that the board does not approve the audit report, but rather accepts it. And at this time, I will turn it over to Mr. Martinez for introductions.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Superintendent Dr. Garcia, this evening, Audrey Jaramillo with the Jaramillo Accounting Group, along with Oscar Rodriguez, one of the district's audit committee members, will be presenting the FY20 financial audit to the board for acceptance. I believe Audrey and Oscar are both here with us on video, so I will turn it over to them.
Madam.
Go ahead, Oscar.
Yes, let me go ahead and make my remarks and have the more substantial stuff presented by our auditor. Buenas tardes, Madam and members of the board. As announced, my name is Oscar Rodriguez. I'm one of the members of the audit committee. I come before you on behalf of the audit committee to recommend acceptance of the FY 2020 audit report. Know that the committee did substantial due diligence to be able to make this recommendation. You recall we recommended the extension of the auditor's contract, which you acted on last spring. We vetted the audit work plan. We heard periodic reports from the auditor on the progress of the audit until it was completed. And finally, we heard a presentation of the results, including the auditor's findings, as part of her official exit conference. After deliberating, we unanimously accepted the report so that it would be submitted to the state, and after its release by the state to the board. The bottom line is that the auditor issued her report without a modified opinion. That's what we had hoped for, but the least we should expect, really. The ideal is an unmodified opinion and no findings of any kind. Perhaps this could be a goal to reach for someday. For now, we, your audit committee, recommend acceptance of the FY 2020 audit report. With that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Audrey Jaramillo to provide more detail and her conclusions in her words.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board, and Superintendent. I can share my screen, I believe, if that is okay, and run through the audit report. Okay, so I have two screens here, so if I'm looking back and forth, that's why. Just wanted to thank everyone. Oscar, thank you for the introduction and serving on the audit committee. It's been a pleasure working with the district and the charter again this year. Had a very productive audit, I felt, and this is the results here of the June 30, 2020 audit. So I just want to encourage you all to feel free to interrupt me at any time or jot down your questions, and I will stand for questions at the end as well. The State Auditor's Office, the audit rule requires us to present to the Board of Education in an open meeting. And so this is your opportunity to ask any questions you may have. And then as Superintendent mentioned, to go ahead and accept the June 30, 2020 audit. So as usual, we are presenting information that's in the past. So the audit process takes quite a while. We do interim work in the spring, summer timeframe, and then come in to audit the account balances and the financial statements that you see here in the fall. And the report is due November 15th to the state auditor. Then they take their time with it to put their stamp of approval on it, so to speak, and then they release usually in the winter. So here we are today with the audit released. The table of contents here, I'm sure most of you are familiar with how the government financial statements are set up, but just wanted to run through this big picture for you. And if there's anything you want to see in detail, I'll be happy to jump to that. Other than that, I'm not going to go through all of the statements. We would be here much too long. But I will point out a few things in the report. So the two things for sure that we'll look at is the auditor's reports and the findings. So we have government-wide financial statements starting on page 1. That's a big picture look at the district, the balance sheet, and the income statement. Then it jumps into the major fund financial statements. Again, balance sheet and income statements, and some budget to actual reports as well. These in the front are for the bigger funds. So you see general fund, of course, transportation. We have the notes to the financial statements, which are very lengthy, very long, but they tell, they give more of a story to the numbers really, and goes over a lot of the district's policies and procedures. The RSI gives a lot of detailed information about the ERB and RHCA in the unfunded portions and the share that the district has to bring on to their balance sheet, the debt for the unfunded portions of those plans. The SI, supplementary information, is the combining balance sheets and income statements of all of the smaller funds that aren't presented up in the front. And then we have what's called OSI, other supplementary information. And these are schedules that are actually required by our state auditor. So other states do not have the same requirements that New Mexico does, but I think that they are very helpful. So for example, the changes in fiduciary assets and liabilities for agency funds, many times these are the activity funds for the campuses, and something that, you know, maybe people want to refer to from time to time, and helps the district track rolling forward those balances. And we do have a finding on that as far as negative balances on the agency funds. We also have the component unit presented. So ATC is in here as well. We have a report on your internal control. And then we jump into the federal financial assistance. We show what's called a SEFA, Schedule of Expenditures of Federal Awards, that shows the total amount of federal awards the district has received and spent during fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. And then a summary schedule and the prior audit findings, the status of those, which I will say the audit committee does a fantastic job of tracking those. I mean, that's their statutory duty to, throughout the year, follow up with management on the status of the findings and the progress on the findings. And like I said earlier, it was a very productive year for moving forward on those. And at the very end is the corrective action plan. I probably won't go over that, but just so you all know, that's where the district presents their corrective action to our recommendations and the findings for the coming year to clear findings. Okay, so I'm going to first go to our independent auditors report. And this is very standard language. And as Oscar mentioned, that we do have an unmodified or clean opinion on the financial statements. And so this first paragraph just points out what we audited, and that it's under government auditing standards and management's responsibility for the financial statements. So as you guys know, management and the board is responsible to do your oversight and design and implementation of rules. And the responsibility is to express an opinion that these financials are materially stated accurately. We don't give 100% reassurance, of course. We do sampling and we do a risk-based approach. We do look at your internal controls throughout the district, but we don't give you an exact opinion, an audit opinion on that. But if we see anything in the controls that need to be improved, or even good accounting practices, we're required to report those to you. So it just says here, in our opinion, the financial statements referred to above present fairly in all material respects. Then just talks about RSI and the other information that I already went over in the table of contents. So that is the auditor's opinion, what you pay us for. And now I'm going to skip down to, like I said, interrupt me at any time if there's anything you would like to see. Or Robert, if there's anything you think we need to point out, that's fine as well. There's just a lot of information, a lot of schedules, which is why this process, the audit process, is so intense. I was talking to a district the other day and I said, you know what, it's either audit time or budget time. It's just one or the other constantly, right? It just goes back and forth, back and forth. So, and now we're already to spring budget, and I know that your team is already very busy. Okay, so this report just goes over internal controls over financial reporting. It goes over, you know, what a deficiency in internal control is, what a material weakness is, what a significant deficiency is. So I'll just give you that example. A significant deficiency is a combination of deficiencies or a single one in internal control that is less severe than a material weakness, yet important enough to merit attention by those charged with governance. And those charged with governance We define that to be the Board of Education and the Audit Committee, which is appointed by the board. And so they are part of governance as well. And see here, the next report is on your federal funds. And so on this one, we do give an opinion as well, and it is an unmodified or clean opinion on your major programs that we tested, which was Title I and Child Nutrition, both. Here's your CFA, and I'm just gonna look real quickly here. Looks like the district spent $13 million in federal funds for the year ended June 30, 2020. Oh, this is your schedule of prior year. Some of them, showing repeated and modified. Like I said, the district did make progress toward that, and I fully expect next year you're going to see most, if not all of them, resolved. So the district did take our recommendation from the prior year and hire an outside CPA firm, the V-Hill Group. And between them and Herman and Robert and the whole team and us meeting and consistently looking at things, there was, like I said, a lot of progress made toward clearing those, but just not quite there for fiscal year 2020. And you can see the one resolved finding was on collateralization, and the component unit ATC was able to resolve their findings. And they actually had to go through the same process, but they had a year start ahead of you with hiring a consultant to get through just some of these complex bank reconciliations. I don't think people really understand how complex governmental accounting is, and school districts in particular. They have so many different funds. I don't remember the exact number of funds. Robert, you may know. It's got to be at least 40 or 50 funds you have to track. So trial balances for each one and a lot of reconciliations. So this is just a summary page here showing your unmodified or clean opinion and your 2 federal programs that were tested. And then I guess now I'll just pause and answer any questions if you have any. And then it's, the pleasure of the board if you would like me to go through each one, or, I can just stand for questions. I think you saw the summary up there. So whatever you would like me to do, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jaramillo, and very much appreciate your work throughout this. And congratulations, Dr. Garcia, Mr. Martinez, Mr. V. Hill, and the whole team who's been working on this to get an unmodified opinion. It is really a great work, and we appreciate that and hope to continue to have better and better audits. Are there questions from the board?
Madam President, if I may.
Please go ahead.
Our duties as a board policymakers, I think Dr. Garcia and her team actually has done a great job. Mr. Martinez, great job. You're a young individual and you're coming forward. Mrs. Jaramillo, I know he has a different role as Counselor Jaramillo from down in the Edgewood area. However, great job. And so the findings that we have, Mr. Martinez, are we okay with those findings? We're not going to be in trouble with those minimal findings. Are we good with that?
Vice President Garcia, these are things that we are actively working towards throughout the year. It could take years or even a year to get these findings off. We're not okay with any of them. Ultimately, I think the goal of the district, and I think that the audit committee and the board would like to see our no findings being a result in our financial audit. But I think that's what the work plan really outlines and is there for, is to implement that we have taken action, and that's how we're moving forward. Using that work plan has really helped us move forward and get repetitive findings taken off. So ultimately, our goal is to have a very clean audit with no findings, and we will continue working towards that.
Thank you, Madam President. Also, in regards to the internal findings, are we okay with that? We're going to be working that stuff, Mr. Martinez?
Yes, sir. We are actively working on internal controls and reevaluating policies, procedures, and making sure that we have our segregation of duties in place.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Thank you, Mrs. Jaramillo. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Other questions from the board? Dr. Garcia?
Madam President, if I may, members of the board, I just wanted to ask Ms. Jaramillo a couple of things. And that is, what % of districts have no findings? What you say?
That's, I can't even think of a district right now with no findings.
Yeah.
I would say throughout the past 4 years, there was, I think, a district with no findings for 2 years. So
it was probably a small district.
Rare.
Yeah, it's going to be almost impossible. It's not typical that you're not going to, I mean, I'd be kind of suspect if you didn't find anything. So, you know, there will always be findings. It's whether they're material or immaterial. We want to reduce findings, but what we really want to reduce are repeat findings. And some are more difficult than others. I think a big accomplishment this time around that we all work very hard towards, and that is to having good beginning balances. And so, and that, you know, we all agree that these are the beginning numbers. We thought we had arrived at that last year. And then as they start doing the bank reconciliations, they sort of, instead of unraveling the spaghetti, raveled the spaghetti again, which we then had to unravel it again. And so, I mean, that gave Ms. Jaramillo and me extra white hair. That was pretty scary, but we got it. You know, staff worked hard, and with the Hill group helped us get that reconciled. But I do believe that it is something that we will continue to work towards. The district will. I have tremendous faith in them and in the audit committee, of which Ms. Noble and Ms. Dr. Gonzalez sit on that committee, that the district will continue to make progress. We've continued to make progress over these last 5 years. To the recommendation by Mr. Rodriguez on the preparation of our own financials, I think right now, as I am aware, only APS, I believe, actually creates their own financials and then districts, pretty large districts, is somewhat difficult. We would love to get to that point. I think it's a great aspirational goal, but I would not, I want to caution the board, not consider it a failure like next year that we haven't prepared our own financials. It takes a good while to have that level of expertise and capacity within a business office. And so I think it's really important to work towards that, but I would doubt that we would be there next year. And I also want to thank Ms. Jaramillo and her team. They did their due diligence, and they also got things back to us on time. And I think the communication was key. I know there have been times with other auditors where, you know, the papers don't come back, and you know, it's just like, well, we haven't got this back from them, and they're waiting for stuff from us and whatnot. And I thought the communication was excellent with the Jaramillo group. And so thank you. And goodbye, Ms. Jaramillo. It's a pleasure working with you. Thank you very much to your team.
Yes, Madam President and Superintendent, members of the board, I just wanted to mention that as well. I was very sad to see your announcement, and appreciated so much your leadership over these past few years that we've been doing the audit. And this year in particular, I think we made great strides and communicated very well and moved things forward. And that was your leadership. And I mean, you are going to be very missed. So thank you for all you've done for the district, and just in our small part of it in the audits, you've been great to work with. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Rodriguez, did you have your hand up?
Well, I took my hand down, but I suppose I should just respond a little bit about to the question of how many school districts don't have findings. I'm in a position where I see fairly regularly school districts present audits with no findings at all. I couldn't tell you how many people actually prepare their financial, but I think you would be right that in New Mexico, public entities, whether school districts, cities, counties, etc., very, very few prepare their financials. And while that might be regular in the state, I think it's also an indicator of just how far we have to go as a state, for this kind of this level of administration or this level of excellence.
Anything further from the board?
Ms. O'Neill?
Go ahead, Ms. Price.
Yes. Yeah, this is Lorraine Price. Thank you for your professional approach to our audits, and it's good to hear from you again.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Good to hear your voice. I wish I could see you, but good to hear your voice.
All right.
And Ms. Jaramillo, we have your firm for another year, at least, I believe. I think we re-upped on, we did procurement this year. Maybe Mr. Martinez, is that right? When did we, what is our tenure with JAG?
Well, to my knowledge, we recently did the RFP. I believe it was, gosh, about a year ago, close to a year ago and it was awarded to the Jaramillo Accounting Group.
We do have 2 years left on this round of procurement. And then the state auditor just changed. He just released the new state audit rule and increased the number of years to 8. So if things are working well for both of us, we could have 4 years after this one. So 4 years from here.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Jaramillo. And just as we seem to be in a position to not have Dr. Garcia for our next one, the institutional knowledge that you have, and I've really appreciated your professional approach and collaborative working with the committee and the district. So that gives me some comfort that we will have you for a couple more years, and as we transition to a new superintendent. So thank you. And Mr. Rodriguez, I want to ask you, I could ask Mr. Martinez as well, please take thanks from the board to the audit committee. Dr. Gonzalez and I maybe can deliver that ourselves as well, but it is, if not the most, I don't know, action-packed committee, it is one of the most important things we do. And I always really deeply appreciate the service of you, Mr. Rodriguez, and all of the other folks who serve on a volunteer basis on behalf of us as board members and our district and the community. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And congratulations to everyone for the unmodified opinion. So I guess with that, I'll make a motion that we accept the audit.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Any further discussion from the board? We'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia?
Yes, Madam Chair. Thank you for staff and everybody else.
Secretary Bozay?
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Board Member Price?
Yes.
And the president votes yes. Thank you all very much. Appreciate your work.
Have a good night.
Have a good night, and thanks for your patience. I know both you and Oscar were on at 4:30 with us, so, you know. Okay, moving on to resolution action item C, Resolution 2020-2021-5, Solarize Santa Fe. I hope my fellow board members have had a chance to read this short resolution. Really, it's just to formally recognize and bless partnership of the district and effort being brought forward by the city of Santa Fe, and an opportunity to make solar installations more affordable through an aggregate buying effort that the city is coordinating. I don't know, Dr. Garcia, if you want to say anything more on this one.
I don't, but I would like, well, I do, but briefly, but Ms. Bahar, can you just put the resolution up, please? I think what is really critical with this is that this benefits our employees and makes solarization possible for them and makes it more affordable. And I want to thank Ms. Lisa Randall, who leads our sustainability efforts, and Ms. Wagner, Associate Superintendent Wagner, for their support on this. As you know, your sustainability resolution and policy has really put Santa Fe as a front runner in sustainability, and to bring this partnership that is ongoing to our employees is just another, I think, added benefit, right? I know that we're always looking at recruitment and retention, and I think this is one more piece of working in Santa Fe as a benefit to being in our district. So I heartily recommend supporting it, and thank you, Ms. Noble, for bringing this forward.
Ms. Randall,
Madam President?
Yes.
Oh, I was just going to move to approve, but let's hear from Lisa if that's what you were going to do.
I was just going to ask.
Just so excited about it.
Yeah, I did see that Lisa Randall was on and has done such great work in bringing solar to our public schools. And as Dr. Garcia mentioned, this does bring the potential of more affordable solar installations to our staff members. Ms. Randall, do you want to say a few words?
Well, thank you. Good evening, everybody. President Noble, members of the board, and Superintendent Garcia. I think Dr. Garcia articulated my thoughts exactly. We're just excited that for the potential of bringing affordable solar to our employees. We're excited to partner with the city. I think we're both very much aligned as organizations in our sustainability efforts. So it's fantastic that we're collaborating once again on doing good things in our community. So thank you for your support, Board President Noble, and for your support in general for the board and all that we do in terms of sustainability. And I support this resolution, of course. It's wonderful.
Thank you. And Mr. Denton, I now see that you're on there, and this is the gentleman who brought this opportunity to us. So welcome. Thank you for your partnership and for bringing this. And do you want to say something briefly?
Yes, good evening, Madam President, members of the board. I'm very pleased to see you all are considering this, and very much look forward to our partnership on this and continued partnership on sustainability issues. I'll just add that we've learned from people who have launched these kind of campaigns that they've doubled or tripled solar adoption in the communities they've targeted. So we really hope to see a big impact amongst Santa Fe Public School teachers and staff who truly get the first shot at this, because we do intend to offer this solar energy bulk purchasing program year over year and expand it throughout the community. But we really wanted to offer this to Santa Fe Public Schools teachers and staff first because of the weight that they all have been carrying through this crisis, in addition to it presenting just a good opportunity for us to get the message out to the homeowners that we want to reach. You know, we want to make sure those who need help accessing solar are getting help, and really hope this program can be successful in doubling or tripling solar adoption amongst your teachers and staff. Let me know if you have any questions.
Okay. Secretary Boze, you want to make that motion?
Madam President, I move to approve the resolution for Solarize.
Is there a second? Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Any further discussion from the board?
Madam President, I would just like to give Lisa a lot of kudos. I met Lisa many years ago when I was on the CRC, and she was on the CRC, and she was staff, and she actually took on the initiative to actually that's some background noise. And so so energy efficiency, and Lisa, you've done an excellent job, very excellent job, and you've done a great job, and you can actually tell the district or the general public how much money you've saved. You've done an excellent job. I just want to give you some kudos. That's all I have, Madam President. So yes, I vote for this as well.
Okay, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia?
Sorry, yes.
Thank you. Secretary Boze?
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Board Member Price?
Yes.
And the president votes yes.
Madam President, Lisa, did you hear what I said about Lisa? I don't know if I was on mute or not.
We did hear you, yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Denton. Thank you, Ms. Randall. We appreciate you being here, and good luck with getting this out there.
Thank you so much.
Moving on to Resolution 2020-2021-6, Pandemic Era Education in the Santa Fe Public Schools, Building Preparedness and Resiliency. This is a resolution on an item we have discussed a decent amount to recognize all of the learning that the students have done during this year and to really lift up and tell the story, as well as give them certificates, that there has been a lot of learning, that this is not a lost year. It was unexpected and unpredictable in a lot of ways, but this resolution, I hope you've all had a chance to review, just lifts up that discussion that we have had a couple of times previously in our board meetings. Dr. Garcia, do you want to add or explain?
Yeah, thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Ms. Behar, can you please put the resolution up? And we have certificates, and I think we do have copies of the certificates, right, Ms. Bazar, so that you can see what the students will get. I think that was your action, but the board, the staff did work on this. This was a collaboration from the Curriculum and Instruction Department, as well as the technology, Instructional Technology Department. And it also addresses social emotional learning as well. I think this resolution recognizes, as Ms. Noble, President Noble indicated, that it's not only the digital skills that they acquired in the 21st century skills, but academic skills, career technical education skills, social emotional skills, how they use technology to stay connected with their friends and community. And really just expanded all that happened, and also recognizes the community, that we wouldn't be this far ahead if it hadn't have been for the educational technology note. I would just like to read therefore be it resolved that the Board of Ed, move it up or move it down. Thank you, Alma. Therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education, in order to uplift and embrace the digital skill development for all children throughout Santa Fe, recognizes the importance of these skills for college and careers in the 21st century and their potential to be transformative force in our schools for the future, integrated and aligned throughout K-12 grades in Santa Fe Public Schools and embedded across the curricula, and that the Board of Education hereby directs the superintendent to establish appropriate recognition for Santa Fe Public School students for the 2021 school year, acknowledging the fortitude, discipline, and significant growth in digital skills attainment for the future. And the certificate, I think we have available just so you can see. And so they each will get an individual certificate with their name. And it says that the Santa Fe Board of Education celebrates the life skills and technological learning acquired during the extraordinary 2021 school year. The certificate recognizes newfound skills and successfully meeting the challenges of remote and hybrid learning due to the pandemic. These skills are important for college, careers, and continued learning in the 21st century and will forever be a transformative force in our schools. And so we hope that you will approve this resolution.
Any questions from, yes, Dr. Gonzalez?
Madam President, members of the board, Dr. Garcia, I'm just really happy to see that. This makes me very happy. So I'd move approval of it.
Thank you, Dr.
I will
Gonzalez.
second that.
Thank you, Secretary Bozay. Any further discussion? Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia? You there, Rudy? I don't know if you're speaking. You appear to still be muted. Okay, we'll come back to him. Secretary Bozay?
Yes, sorry, I couldn't.
Dr. Gonzalez?
Yes.
Board Member Price?
Yes.
Vice President Garcia? Okay, the president votes yes. So we have definitely passed the resolution. Vice President Garcia, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
And your vote on this resolution?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're
We have unanimously passed the resolution. Thank you all very much for working on this and helping us recognize the other learning. Action item E. This is the big one. Approval of one-time $1,000 COVID-19 retention bonus for select employees. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. This was something that came out of the majority of these dollars came out of collective bargaining with NEA Santa Fe and has been done in other districts, being paid for not out of operational, but the CRESER and ESSER funds for retention due to the hardships that people experience with working in these pandemic conditions, and for staying with the district next year. This applies, first of all, to everyone in NEA Santa Fe. So it's not just teachers, it's teachers, EAs, counselors, nurses, secretaries, bus drivers, food service workers, all that are covered under NEA. We felt that there were about 75 additional employees that, that's an approximate number, that could not work remotely, that had to be in person. And they involve people just about every department, you know, safety and security, IT, general services, that had to be there to, you know, actually interact throughout the pandemic with the public and our students. And so the grand total, I think if you go back to that cover sheet that just disappeared, I think it was about 1.4 million from those funds and total. And we recommend approval of this initiative.
Questions from the board or discussion or a motion?
Madam President, move for approval.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Dr. Gonzalez, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? We will do a roll call vote. Vice President Garcia,
Yes, ma'am.
Secretary Bozay,
Yes.
Dr. Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Price,
Yes.
and the president votes yes. Thank you very much for working on this. It feels really good to give employees a retention bonus.
Thank you so much, Madam President, members of the board.
Okay, moving on to our presentations, and we so appreciate all the folks that are involved in these. I know that have been waiting patiently. It's been a long night, and we have the good news of digging in a bit to our graduation rates. The 2019-2020 graduation rates is our first presentation. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President, and members of the board. Tonight, it gives me great pleasure, and I hope that they're still here. Are our high school principals and their staff still here? I know they've been waiting a long time.
I think they are, Dr.
There they
Garcia.
all are, and hopefully their team is here with them too. I'd like to turn this over to Mr. Associate Superintendent Larry Chavez and Dr. Suchin Sarangarm, who will be leading the presentation. We also have members of each of the high schools here. I ask that you all stay to the end of the presentation, even if we finish Capitol High or Santa Fe High, because I do have some comments that I want to make at the end. So as you know, I'm just so proud, and I asked the teams, and I'm so sorry it's so late. I asked you all to bring a representative from your teams with you, because the work that was done is just Herculean, and it was intentional, and I am so proud of you, and wanted this opportunity to talk about the data in a disaggregated way, to see and look at the growth and look at where we are in comparison to our strategic plan. And so this is a very important presentation. And so without further ado, Mr. Chavez.
Thank you. Good evening, President Noble, members of the board, Superintendent Garcia. Just have one quick announcement before we get into the presentation. Our Santa Fe High DMNet volleyball team won their semifinal match tonight. They'll be playing in the championship on Saturday at 5 p.m. in the pit against Centennial High School from Las Cruces. So congratulations to the girls. This is the first time they've made the championship in 25 years.
That's great news. Thank you so much for that update.
And so tonight, Dr. Sarangarm and I will lead you through our graduation rates for our 2019-2020 graduates, which is our 4-year cohort.
Oh, really quick, Madam President.
Yes, Vice President Garcia.
What hats do you have in the background there, Mr. Chavez?
Those are hats from games I've attended that were autographed.
Okay, good. What was your team?
For what sport?
Baseball.
Baseball, the Nationals.
Okay, thank you, man.
Absolutely. So what contributions led to the increase of our graduation rates? And, you know, I think it's going to be spelled out, and I hope I get to be able to go in depth in some of these things, because they're all very important to see the rise and the increase of our graduation rates. So the first one we're going to talk about is the assessment for learning tool. And this tool allows all school sites and all principals across the district, as well as educators, to identify the areas of strengths and weaknesses and areas of growth. This really does identify the essential skills and standards in any academic for all of our students and teachers. So this was key into getting into our schools and implementing this tool, because it's a very powerful tool, and it's a tool that I think we need to be able to utilize moving forward to increase our proficiency rates. Next is our end of course exams. Actually, we were one of the first districts almost a year ago to convert a hard copy of an EOC from PED into an electronic version and have that option available for our senior class last year and this year. So again, we were leading the state and being able to be proactive, transform our hard copy of exams into an electronic form, implement them into our platform, into our Canvas platform, and have them ready for our teachers and our students to access. This was actually led by a district team, digital learning coaches, and teachers from our high schools that actually volunteered to help develop these out. So again, there's a lot of collaboration between district staff, site admin, and also our teachers, because it was a unified effort to really get this off the ground. Last year, PED did extend the graduation date by 30 days, or the end of the school year. And we are actually taking a look at that now to see if that's something that we want to take a look at for this upcoming graduation year or not. What we're seeing currently, the end of course exams are really taking up a lot of time currently of our senior class, and they're making a lot of progress in meeting the graduation requirements. So that 30-day extension, if needed, would be for a very small group of seniors this year, which is great news, because last year it was a larger group of seniors due to the pandemic. A unified team approach, district staff and school staff, we meet weekly, if not more often. We meet with admin teams, we meet with their counselors, we meet with other district staff and other departments, so we can get input from them and really help unify this approach and our method. That way it's a joint effort, and it's not the schools out there doing it by themselves, and the principals and the staffs being isolated and really trying to get the graduations in an upward trajectory. So we've taken a different approach. It is unified, it is uniformed, it is collaborative. I give credit to our principals because they do share techniques and efforts and messages that they use at their sites, and now they share it in a collaborative way with one another. The last bullet before we move on to the graphs is progress monitoring by each school. Each of our schools has an individualized approach for each student. They monitor the academic progress, not only for grades, but credits earned. They also, this year it has been waived, the assessment piece, but they do monitor the assessment requirements for graduation. And again, every student has a plan. Every student is identified on what the needs are to meet the graduation requirements. And our schools have implemented home visits for our seniors and also for our underclassmen who are not on track for graduation or earning a passing grade for that class. As we move on, our district strategic plan target rate, if you follow it, it's in the blue dots along the purple line. In 2016-17, the strategic plan had a 69% graduation rate projected, and as a district, we actually met that. The district is in the red bars and the state average is in the blue. The following year, the strategic plan targeted 71% as a graduation rate, and the district surpassed that by 2%, although we were still behind by 1% of the state average. The following year, in 18-19, the district continued to grow to 78%, and we surpassed the target rate by 5%. And we also surpassed the state graduation rate by 3%. This past year is when we had a big jump of 8%, and we are now at 86% as our graduation rate, 11% higher than the district strategic plan, and 9% higher than the state rate for graduation. And as you can see, as you follow that line, we've actually surpassed the district strategic plan 3 years ahead of the projected rate. Our next slide shows not only the state rate, our district rate, but also each of the high schools' graduation rate over the last 5 years. The state rate started out 5 years ago at 71% and is currently at 77%, which was a 6% increase and a 2% increase from the previous year. The district, as you see, took a dip in 2016-17, which we had predicted when Dr. Garcia had taken over, but then we've seen a steady rise from that point on. And between that 69 and 86%, that was a 17% increase of our graduates to where we're at now of 86%. From last year to this year, again, it was 8%. Capitol High School, this past year had an 83% graduation rate, which was a 5% increase from the previous year. And again, it was a 13% increase from 2016 and 17.
I also wanted to note something, Mr. Chavez, and that is that for the board members that weren't here at that time, is that I did tell the board that we were going to see a dip because we did tighten up on the requirements. We upped the rigor. We weren't just, willy-nilly allowing credit recovery. And I think kids realized that, I better not just goof around and think I can just make this up at the last minute. And I really want to thank the high school staffs for tightening things up, but I think it paid off. But I also just want to mention that it's extraordinary, the plan of what people did to get these grad rates up. It was very intentional. And I don't know if it was on there, but also home visitation has also made a difference as well. And just really targeting each individual student. I just think it's really phenomenal what happened in Santa Fe Public Schools. I think that would just be a story unto itself.
Right. And early college opportunities saw 20% graduation rate. Now, when you see these big swings between early college opportunities, Academy at Laragote, which is now Desert Sage Academy, and Mandala, they have a small end size. So again, the graduation rates, you may see big swings. Santa Fe High actually had a great increase of 11% from the previous year and is now at 88%. And as you can see from that 16-17 school year, it's actually increased by 20%. Academy at Laragote, which is now Desert Sage, last year had a 91% graduation rate, which was a 20% increase. And the surprising number, I think that all of us witnessed, is Mandala International Magnet School had a 99% graduation rate this past year, which was an 11% increase from the previous. So it's going to be a great effort to match that, and hopefully we can surpass that number and get that school to 100%. This next slide is the four-year cohort of subgroups. And as you can see in the blue column, that's the statewide average. The red column is the district-wide average, and each school across the board. So the only subgroup that we did not make progress in or surpass this state average was the Native American students. And what we did, we started to address that this school year with the help of Director of Native American Student Services, Nancy Davis, and the high schools collaboration. We've created at both high schools an advisory period for our Native American students specifically. We've also developed and have multiple supports in place, such as Reading Quest, Mentoring Kids, Works New Mexico, College and Career Plaza. So we're making a very unified and joint effort to make sure that we can get that last subgroup past the statewide average. And right now they're at 66%. The statewide percentage is 72%. So we are making progress, but we are making a targeted effort to make sure that all of our subgroups surpass the statewide average. Now this is a great slide because it's a comparison of districts with 10,000 students or more for last school year. And as you can see, we're one of 3 districts that has a steady increase, and we're actually number 2 in all of the state, again, with 10,000 students or more. The only one we're trailing is Rio Rancho Public Schools, and they actually took a dip by 1% last school year, where we continue to see our increase of our graduates. So again, we've actually surpassed Las Cruces, Hobbs, everybody that you see on this list, and we are now number 2. There's only 2 other districts that I have seen that continue to grow as far as their graduation rates without a decrease, and that is Albuquerque Public Schools and Gallup. So those 2 plus us make 3. And as you can see, I think we're going to continue to try to surpass, and I hope we do surpass Rio Rancho Public Schools, and we're the top large district with graduation rates.
That's our goal.
Yeah,
that is our goal this year.
So how are we going to maintain our district graduation rate? Well, we're going to continue to develop options that are PED approved for local demonstration of competency. So we want to make sure we're always watching, seeing what's released, seeing what's adjusted, because every graduation class may be a little different. And we want to be proactive and making sure these options are available to all of our students. Again, organized team approach. It takes all of us to make this effort successful, all the way from the superintendent through district admin to site admin to our staff at all of our schools, all the way through our middle schools. So again, it's something that is going to be unified, it's going to be specific, and it's going to be pinpoint. A continued assessment of data quality. We want to make sure whenever we're submitting our data to PED for review, that it is clean, it is accurate, and we're making sure that we go through it with a fine-tooth comb. And this is a great effort that's put on our staff at our sites, because they do have to take a look at every student that has either entered our district or exited our district to make sure that the data and the information that we're submitting per student is accurate. And that way we don't take a negative hit or submit misinformation to PED as far as our graduation rates. Professional development for school staff on graduation requirements. We did this actually in December. We met with every school, their admin team, and their counseling staff to make sure that they understood and they had everything they needed to make sure that every student had a path towards graduation and what those paths were and what the options were. So we wanted to make sure we continue to do that. We provide that information as early as possible. That way we can identify the holes and the needs for every single student. And lastly, we want to continue to improve the process to collect and update student information. And this is key because we want to make sure that we're contacting our families, so our Power School information has to be updated. Whenever a phone number or an email changes, we need to make sure we're getting that information into Power School so we can access that whenever we're trying to contact our students. So again, it's a joint effort by everybody. I want to make sure that we really recognize our secondary staff and those in attendance, because it's those individuals that really make this outcome successful. And we'll stand for questions.
Dr. Garcia looks like.
Before we go to questions, Larry, I do want to also talk about Dr. Sangar, and he has been amazing in terms of collecting the data, disaggregating the data, setting targets so that the schools know what they're shooting for. And we had a conversation about the targets already set for the 2021 graduation. We had a meeting again, was it a couple of weeks ago, or was it just even last week? I can't remember. And it seems like we're on track. And so we're very excited for the announcements next year of where Santa Fe Public Schools will be. And our goal as a district is to be #1 in the state in districts larger than 10,000. And why not? Why shouldn't we be? I think we whether it's athletics or in academics, we're a district this size, we're gunning to be #1 in the state and maintain that. So go team. And I think everyone is enjoying the success, and we believe in ourselves. And I think our kids are seeing themselves as capable of doing this. And so before we go to questions, I want to acknowledge, and I have a letter of commendation for each school, and they're in alphabetical order, but I hope that you can frame it, put it up, or share it with your team. I'm going to start with Jamie Holiday, and then perhaps you can say a few words about your school and what you felt helped you move. So I'd like to acknowledge Principal Jamie Holiday, Associate Principals Josh Ryan, Associate Principal Melanie Colby, and Principal Chantel Dixon, and their faculty and staff. And I talk about, for all of them, how proud we are. This is a letter of commendation for extraordinary work. I'm not going to take the time to read it all because of the time, but your school's graduation rate increased, placing the overall growth for the district at an all-time high. The district's graduation rate grew by 8% and is 9% higher than the average graduation for the state of New Mexico. Capitol High's graduation rate grew to 83%, a 5% increase, and an 11% increase over the last 5 years. Your leadership has not gone unnoticed, and that of your team. So please, this will be mailed to you, and congratulations, and I hope you will accept this well-earned letter of commendation, Ms. Holiday and your team. Would you like to say a few words?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Garcia. I think that our growth is directly connected to the relationships that our staff makes with our students, as well as our increase in relationships with our school community. So including parents, community members, and really having a community approach to supporting our students to reach their goals and to help motivate them when maybe they are struggling with that intrinsic motivation on their own. So I am the first to say that all of our growth is directly a result of everyone in our school community, from secretaries, custodians, teachers, counselors, parents, guardians, students. And so when we accept your kudos, know that as an admin team, we're a very small piece of the puzzle, and the bulk of the work, all the heavy lifting is on many other people. So thank you all so much.
And the letter is to all of you and your faculty and staff, because we do recognize that it is a team effort. So please share this with your entire school community. Thank you so much. Next, I'd like to recognize Principal Alice Braden, her faculty and staff. And who's here with you today, Ms. Braden?
Hello, yes, I have Angela Rubino here. She's our counselor, and she's also the mentor for the seniors along with me.
So terrific. And we want to congratulate you. Desert Sage Academy's rate grew to 91%, a 20% increase, and over the last 5 years has increased by 40%. And also you and your team's leadership has also not gone unnoticed. Would you like to say a few words as well?
Well, I'd like to really, one of the main reasons I asked Angela to be here is because we meet weekly on every one of these seniors, and we have meetings all the time with them, but she calls them all the time. She's just like a family member for them. And I think that you know, the staff are really doing a lot for the students, but Angela is just honed in on making sure that those seniors are working and getting everything they need to pass. So I'm going to defer to her. Just say that I think she's our big key right now. We also have the staff has also been trained in Check and Connect, just to check with the students, make sure that they know what they're doing, how they're doing, and then I think that's helping a lot. And I think this year it'll be just the same.
Thank you and congratulations. And next is Principal Michael Hagley, and this is also to your faculty and staff. Who did you bring with you today?
Good evening, Superintendent Garcia, President Noble, and members of the board. I have with me today Mr. Jake Zagala, our social studies teacher. And we also had Chris Corice, who was with us a little earlier and had to leave. Chris is our auto collision teacher. Jake and Chris are our lead teachers at ECO, and they have been working with me in leading our efforts on a multi-year plan of implementing standards-based assessment and actionable feedback to students, and developing a portfolio assessment that we hope in the future can be used as a graduation competency assessment. And so in addition to all the amazing support that we've been provided with by the district in these past several years, this team of teachers at ECO has just continued to push forward and lead the way in innovation. So I'm grateful to all the work that they have done.
And I just want to thank all of you for being here, and so excited for ECO. You know, great concept as a school. Had a bit of a rocky start first couple of years, and boy, has it just taken off. Couldn't be prouder, and Jake knows that, and Chris, and I just couldn't be prouder of you guys. I hope I get to come by and see all of you before I leave. But congratulations, you had a 20% increase, and this year, 18-19, just been amazing. So couldn't be prouder of all of you, and just keep the momentum going. So this will be coming, and please accept this.
Will do. Thank you.
Commendation and share it with the whole team. Thank you so much. And Mandela International Magnet School, Principal Randy Grillo. Who do you have with you here today?
Dr. Garcia and Board President Noble, members of the board. Our counselor, Casey Dutcher, is here, and our registrar, Lydia Hogan. And I'm happy to say a few words about them now, or
Let me just
later.
go ahead and finish. So I want to congratulate you guys. And as mentioned earlier, registrars play an important role, and data quality, again, is key. And there's now in the state of New Mexico shared accountability. So when we get kids from other districts, we earn if they, what happened before, if they weren't on-time graduates, and vice versa. Where our kids go also makes a difference. And so registrars play such a key role. And I know all our registrars at our high school are really linchpins in this process. But I just want to, 99%, what can you say about that, right? An 11% gain. And in 18-19, they had a graduation rate of 88%. So again, amazing growth, and so proud of you. Wow, we have a school with 99% graduation rates. Isn't that amazing? Remember when we thought like that just could be possible, and we were always kind of held up to, well, look at what's happening at the School for the Arts, and look what's happening at ATC. Well, guess what? It's happening in the Santa Fe Public Schools, 99%. So, Mr. Grillo, please say a few words.
Well, thank you, Superintendent Garcia. And it's one thing to attain one time, and it's another thing to maintain. And so we are definitely working very hard to maintain that number. I do want to give credit to Deputy Superintendent Fink, who was my supervisor last year as a first-year principal, and Associate Superintendent Larry Chavez, who really has taken a team-based approach this year with all of us principals working together to problem solve. And also that I can call up Associate Superintendent Chavez at any time, and he really has helped me think through so many situations. But on our staff, I want to give a lot of credit to our counselor, Casey Dutcher, who is a hawk when it comes to credits and knowing where every student is with graduation requirements. And, he's told me many times he gets really tired of being the hound, but he is on every student because he knows exactly where they are. And then also our registrar, Lydia Hogan, who really takes the human side. And she is so good at when we can't get a student into schools, she will go to their homes. And she, even last year when we're in the pandemic, when a student didn't have internet, she sat in a public place, I think outside of Java Joe's, with that student with a loaned school district computer so the student could do work. And she was our student that needed 30 extra days to graduate, but she did it. And she got across the finish line. So, and it also, we have a staff that constantly messages to students what they can do. And I think that positive message with a very difficult curriculum has a very positive effect. So thank you for your support from the very top.
Thank you. And last but not least, Santa Fe High School, and Principal Carl Morano, Associate Principal Salazar Garcia, Moots and Granado, your faculty and staff. And who do you have here with you today, Carl?
Superintendent Garcia and Board President Noble, members of the board, thank you. It's been a long and joyous night here at Santa Fe High, so still here, and kudos to our volleyball team. So, but I have with me Ray Holliday, who oversees our ingenuity classes at Santa Fe High, and is also our testing coordinator. Leslie Tapia, our lead counselor, could not stay, but she's our lead counselor, and she had to go early tonight.
Well, we're just very proud of you, and congratulations for that big win. Santa Fe High's Great grew to 88%, an 11% increase. Over the last 5 years, your graduation rate has increased by 15%. And that is just so exciting. And would you like to say a few words about what you feel has contributed to your success at Santa Fe High? Can't hear you, Carl.
Earlier. No.
Well,
Is
I'll
it,
try one more time.
can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I just want to, as Mr. Chavez mentioned in his presentation, the collaboration that we've created amongst our colleagues. I want to first thank all of the high school principals and their colleagues. Their expertise and their collaboration and their shared expertise has been tremendous for all of us. Thank Dr. Sarangaram, who's made such a big difference in our district in helping us disaggregate our data and helping us break down graduation rates. And then again, Associate Superintendent Chavez has just been a tremendous support, and his supervision and guidance has been tremendous. So thank you. Mr. Holliday has just, he oversees our Ingenuity program, and like I said, is our testing coordinator. So he's constantly making sure students have met their graduation requirements. And last summer, when we had the pandemic, dealing with the pandemic, and all of our students nervous about, well, what do I need? He was literally up past midnight some nights, students texting Mr. Holliday, what do I need to do, and making sure that they were doing the necessary requirements regarding their coursework. We created a lot of shared forms that are seniors on track to graduate. And the counselor, Leslie Tapia, has been instrumental in that. We're always checking their requirements, making sure who's on track, who's not on track. And if they're not on track, really reaching out to them and making sure they know. And it's, again, a testament to our entire staff, the relationship building, the collaboration. And I couldn't say enough about our staff. They've really taken a great role in making sure our students know the importance of getting through, and it's made such a big difference. So I want to thank them. And thank you all for your leadership. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Morano. And two last commendations. And so again, these will be sent out to you. Please share with your teams and your staff. And I want to recognize, if they don't know this, Mr. Chavez, Associate Superintendent. I want to say words can't express my gratitude for your incredible efforts in working with our schools and seeing this district rate up to 86%, your leadership, your tenacity, keeping your eye on this goal. You embody, to the highest extent, the spirit and the can-do attitude that, we could do it. And your extraordinary leadership. You were very, very focused, and so couldn't be prouder. And Dr. Sarangar, I've told people he's our secret weapon. I never would put data out when I was secretary without Dr. Sarangar reviewing it from whatever district he was at, Roswell or Hobbs. And he's probably the best data guy in the state, if not in the country. He is amazing. The PED still validates data with Dr. Sarangar before it goes out statewide. He's that good. And it's all about data and data quality, right? So that we know where we're at, where we want to be, targeting it. And I know it's been a great help to our principals. And so thank you for bringing your talent and your intellect to the Santa Fe Public Schools. And, I just feel fortunate to have had the ability to work with you. Your skill is unparalleled, and we're just fortunate that you're a member of the Santa Fe Public Schools. But go Team Santa Fe, and the board supporting us and the community. It's just been a team effort. And yay, Santa Fe Public Schools. Let's just keep it going, right? We're a flagship district. Let's go. Thank you all. So proud of you. And I'm sorry you had to stay so late. And thank you for hanging in there. Why don't you all sleep in tomorrow?
It's a day off, right?
Yes.
I'm guessing they might be
Aren't
working
Aren't I generous? Well,
yeah.
Aren't I generous? Thank you.
as a quick story, I went to the deputy secretary at PED after a presentation and an MSBA, and I asked Tim Hand what we could do to support the PED's work and being successful. And he said, you need to continue to lend us Dr. Sarangarm. Okay, if that's it. But thank you all so much. And there's a surprising consistency in the comments from the principals of what is going on here, which really includes good data. And thank you so much, Dr. Sarangarm, for being a pillar for us in that. But really importantly, it's a team clearly at each of the high schools and relationships with the students and the families and the community in order to make it happen. And it's been emotional, I think, for this board to see this data, and it's due to the hard work of all of you. And we know it's not letting up for you, and you're really holding, each of your school communities. And thank you. Thank you so much. This is amazing and it feels so good, and let's keep going.
And I want to say that we haven't been a district where every kid gets a trophy. I don't think I've done a letter of commendation since I've been here. And so this was a big deal. And I know it took a lot of time, but I hope that you recognize it really means something, because your work was extraordinary. And I'm very proud of you.
Dr. Garcia, may I add something? I think we overlooked one thing last year. We were one of the few districts that actually stayed with a letter grading system, where a lot of the other districts went to a pass-fail. So our graduation rates are real true rates.
Very good point. Thank you.
That's an important
Madam President, this team, may I say something?
Please, go ahead.
Dr. Garcia, actually, with the leadership of Dr. Garcia and with the strategic plan that it lead to the work, I really appreciate Dr. Garcia with her leadership and encouragement. She keep asking that where we are and advise us behind the scene, for we don't know that she called me and asked me update and advise me all the time. I really appreciate your leadership, Dr. Garcia. Thank you, man.
Okay. Well, thank you all very much. Hope you get a great night's sleep and, can have at least a few moments of calm and peace and a great job well done before on to all the other things. And thank you as we finish the year for this year, which, this is such a bright spot at the end of a really tough year. And you've all worked so hard, and we appreciate it truly, deeply, madly. Okay, thank you. Shall we move on? One more presentation?
It's a brief one, but an important one.
Madam President, if I may.
Yes, Vice President Garcia.
Really quick, Dr. Garcia, great job. The individuals that work for you or work for the district, the passion that you all have, awesome. It's really awesome. Change is hard, and we're going to do some change. And just learn from Dr. Garcia. She's a very, very good individual. And so you individuals that work for her, whatever you do at the district, learn from her. She's good. And, she's good. Santa Fe Public School System, our policymakers, us, and what we've done, and the team that she's created, great job. And then the SINC and your entire team, Dr. Garcia, awesome, great job. Capital, Capital High School, and it's gone from here to way up here, and the leadership is great, and I appreciate that. And everybody that works for the district, Mr. Morano, I knew on a different level. Mr. Morano, I get a call from Penny Alice Green. She's actually our zoning director. She says, I just want to give you a call, Rudy, Mr. Garcia. Mr. Morano stands there in the morning, 7 o'clock in the morning, and shakes every kid's hand, and he knows every kid by their name. And they all do that. I'm just bring it up to you because great job, Mr. Morano. The facility, everybody does a great job. Santa Fe Public Schools is great, awesome. You know, it's just great. The community, as the president mentioned, the community. Again, everybody that was to the district, great job, everybody, awesome. You know, and it just kind of wants me to like get stressed out and kind of not cry, but you know, it's kind of cool that we have a great team. And everybody that works for the district has passion for what they do. All of you guys, from the superintendent all the way down, obviously, and but Mr. Morano, everybody else down the line, passion is good. Mr. Codis, the gentleman that he's not around. I went to Volta, and it's sometimes. You guys all understand that. Great team, superintendent, our policymakers, because Santa Fe Public Schools is awesome. We're good. We're moving forward. And sometimes public schools throughout the nation is a hard job to do. We're doing an excellent job. And please, all you individuals that work for the Santa Fe Public School System, please keep it up. Your passion, because you all have passion, no matter what you do, you all have passion, and great job, guys and ladies, individuals. Thank you.
And thank you, Associate Superintendent Mr. Chavez, for a great presentation. Much appreciated. Okay, our next presentation. Thank you, Jen Jefferson, for staying so late. Bullying reporting procedure. Dr. Garcia.
Thank you, Madam President, members of the board. Thank you, Ms. Jefferson, for hanging in there. Jen has done in our department and student wellness on really meeting the new requirements for reporting bullying, I thought was important for our community to know. Some of the horrific acts that we hear about sometimes seem to have a genesis in childhood bullying. And it's something that is a part of a solution, right, in curbing violence in our communities. So with that said, Ms. Jefferson, thank you so much.
Wonderful. Well, I am glad to be here. Thank you, Dr. Garcia. That is quite a tough act to follow. That's wonderful news about our graduation rates. President Noble and members of the board, I am pleased to both briefly and expediently share with you the progress that we have made in implementing the changes to the bullying policy. So advance my slides here. There we go. So I will cover really brief recaps to the updates to the bullying policy 331 that were already passed. And then I'll cover the new information, which is the administrative regulation. And then I'll spend probably the bulk of the time on the new bullying reporting form. I'll briefly touch on the administrative investigation form. And then I'll also share with you the implementation outline, all of the steps that we have taken to roll this policy out to make sure our principals, our staff, our students, our families all know how this works and how they can, report bullying if they see it. Okay, so briefly, the 331 updates. So most of our updates were to be in compliance with the new NMAC code 6.12.7. Honestly, our policy was pretty solid before. We had very few changes to bring it into compliance because our policy was actually one of the policies used for the model bill that was launched and then eventually passed, SB 288. So we had very little to do. One of the main things of note is that we actually removed policy 342, which was a cyberbullying policy, and folded that completely in so that everything related to bullying is in 331. We added a new administrative regulation, which guides our principals and our other staff on how they can, essentially how they need to handle incidences of bullying. So it goes through definitions, the steps they need to take at their school site for bullying prevention, how they need to handle reporting, their own administrative action steps, how they investigate a report of bullying, and then also information about the consequences. There's a whole new component around progressive discipline, right? Which our district already really pushes. We don't try to expel or suspend our students immediately. We try to take all those steps to work with them to shift and change that behavior, because what we know is that bullying is a learned behavior. And then any follow-up to do with students, both the students who are doing the bullying and students who are targeted of bullying. So our bullying reporting form. So this is the form where our students, a parent or guardian or other adult family member or staff can report the incidences that might be bullying. Sometimes bullying and peer conflict look pretty similar and it's really hard to tell. And so the best thing to do is to report it. And then through the investigation, we find out what's going on. It might still be a violation of our code of conduct. It still might be inappropriate behavior, but either way, we can sort through that and then determine what needs to happen as consequences that help curb this behavior, that help shift this dynamic, and that support that targeted student and also kind of coach and counsel that student doing the bullying, if it is bullying, to change. Per the guidelines from the state, it does have an option to report anonymously. And just a note is that there are never consequences that are imparted that are not substantiated in some way. So we can make an anonymous bullying report, but for there to be consequences, it's always substantiated in some way. And that's a concern that some folks have asked about. So I just want to reassure off the bat on that. So if I'm a student or I'm a parent and I fill out this online report, it's an online form. As soon as I submit it, it automatically gets routed to the school site principal as well as their site supervisor. So it's an automatic routing. So it goes straight to them in a little template. It looks like a Word document report out. So it's really easy to read and follow and get all the information they need. So I'm going to switch my screen briefly in a second, and I'm going to show you where it is on our website. So this is on the district website, and we've also encouraged each school site to put it up on their like, you know, individual school website as well. So here we are on the Santa Fe Public School website, and there's a new tab under students and parents, and you scroll down to the R's for reporting. So right now, the bullying form is the only form that's on there. And so if you were to click the bullying form right here to the right, it'll take you directly to the form. If you click reporting forms, it takes you to a reporting form landing page. And eventually we're going to have other types of reporting forms on here. Currently, we're working on the sexual harassment reporting form. We're working on it just in general concern and complaint reporting form. And then also the Ask SFPS function will be here as well. So there will be additional reporting forms eventually, but right now it's bullying. There's a little information to help parents and students know, am I in the right place? Is this where this goes? And also we added this piece about, are you not sure if it's bullying? See the definition here. And we created a document that actually outlines what is bullying and isn't to help guide those students and parents. And so right here at the bottom, go to bullying form here. This is where someone would click to go to the bullying form. And you'll see here's our bullying form. It's in English and Spanish. The opening intro first is in English and then is in Spanish. It also has those definitions embedded in here. And then as you move through the form, it takes you through and collects all the relevant information to the incident. The person reporting, it talks about, you know, who, what, when, where, essentially. A student or a family member can also upload evidence if they need to, whether that's a screenshot, whether it's a picture of a note, any sort of evidence they can submit as well. So this talks through, and each thing is in English and then in Spanish. And so there's one form for everyone. So this goes and collects all the information. It's fairly thorough. We want to collect as much information as possible to make that investigation on the administrators just as expedient and as easy as possible, as well as if this is an anonymous report, we want to collect as much information as we can up front. So that is the bullying reporting form. And then there's an administrative investigation form. And for time's sake, I'm not going to take you through that form right now. I have provided an additional document if you'd like to look at that. This is a form that is very thorough because we want the administrators to both feel supported and guided through the process of what to ask and how to cover, as well as a process for them to document all of those details, because we might need those details right now, but we might also need them next year. Or if this is an incident that continues to escalate, a situation that continues to escalate, we want to have as much information as possible. There is a place in this administrative investigation form that if it is, in any way might be sexual harassment or sexual in nature, it can automatically get routed in addition to our Title IX coordinator, who is currently Dr. James Lujan, to be involved in that, because that is handled slightly different. So that way those two things can dovetail together. And then after this form is filled out, we ask that the principals briefly summarize the outcome in PowerSchool. So this gives us a way to have a very small snapshot in PowerSchool, but then a more detailed documentation that is really appropriate in these situations, because as we've seen, as we've read headlines, sometimes situations of bullying can really escalate. So this just helps us collect all the information and hold that information that is really critical for us. So here's what we've done to implement this. Before we rolled this out, we trained all of the principals, the assistant principals, and the school counselors on what this is, the bullying reporting form, the administrative investigation form. We outlined in much more detail the changes to the policy, and we just covered all of that. I've provided a few synchronous virtual staff trainings, but I also recorded a video that's asynchronistic for principals to show to their staff, so principals can train their staff with ease. And then I created a bullying guidance doc that really summarizes all of that information, which I'm more than happy to share if anyone's interested. You can link to that through the documentation I did provide. We also provided support for the school sites to communicate this to the families, because a reporting form doesn't work that great if nobody knows about it, right? So we want the school sites to communicate this out to their families in the ways that they know that works for them, and is very drastically different in some cases from elementary to high school. So there's a template for the parent letter, there's the definitions of bullying. We have a couple of different bullying prevention handouts that we've sent out, and so we included those, and also national bullying prevention resources. And all of these were in both English and Spanish. And then we've also reiterated and encouraged, and this is something we monitor all along the year, is the bullying prevention efforts at the school site. So we do that in a couple ways. We have counselors delivering our second step bullying prevention unit lessons to students K through 8. So that's 4 lessons, K through 8, and the counselors actually administer those. Our teachers administer our social emotional learning second step curriculum, and then the counselors do the bullying. So it's a nice little dovetail there. And then there's also other programs at various schools. So 14 of our 20 schools have PACs at their school. The middle schools and high schools, most of them have a WAVE group, which is Wellness Ambassadors to Voice and Empower. Many of the schools have natural helpers. Some of the schools have Genders and Sexualities Alliance clubs, as well as other clubs and student government and other ways that the students can also have a positive impact on their school climate. So these are the steps we've taken to outline. That's our new reporting form and investigation form, and our new administrative regulation. So with that, thank you so much. I'll stand for questions if there are any, and many apologies if I talk too fast. I know it's a late night for everyone, and so I hope that covered enough for everyone.
Thank you very much. I know for myself, and I'm guessing some of my other board members, we'd love to see this on social media, to share it. Maybe it has been there, but it's really powerful. And I know, Ms. Jefferson, I don't have to tell you how important this work is, but it's so important. And my son has started talking a bunch about cyberbullying. And some of that is with the online game world. It's outside of the public schools, but it's really a big deal for kids. So thank you for this work, and please let us know how we can help get this out far and wide. Questions or other comments from the board?
I have a question, Madam President.
Go ahead, Vice President Garcia.
So really quick, I appreciate you're talking so fast. You talk faster than I talk, which is, when I'm going to bring this up because my aunt, Miss Vargas she's in the South Valley. She had 10, 12 kids. And I went to school in Albuquerque, South Valley there. And they all went to the South Valley. I remember as a kid, I was 4 or 5 years old, and I get bullied. And they used to mess around with me. And they said, my cousin Pat said, she said, those guys are, and she's like, oh, you're Pat's cousin? Yes. It all stopped. I saw my cousin Pat. I've seen him about 25 years, and I saw him this weekend. And my cousin Pat, he took care of me in the South Valley School and I went to South Valley School. But bullying is not great, and it's hard whenever you get bullied. And I know what it's about, and it's not great. And now it's cyberbullying, as the president mentioned, and it's hard. It's not great, but I can respect what we're doing at the public schools as into bullying, because I've been bullying. It's not at all. And so you talk fast and I talk, and so but I get it, I understand it. And whenever you get bullied, it's hard, because these days cyberbullying, whatever else it is, it's not great. And I'm glad I don't do social media, because it even gets crazy. But thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Other questions, comments from the board? Thank you very much, Mr. Jefferson. We really appreciate you being here, and yeah. And I'm sorry to everybody that this meeting has gone so long. We have a lot on the agenda and had a lot to do. And I did have a question going back to the previous agenda item about the bilingual seal and graduation rates. And Ms. Vigil has stayed here all night to address that. So thank you for your patience and welcome. And we'd love to hear from you briefly about the bilingual seal in our graduation rates.
Thank you so much, President Noble, members of the board, Dr. Garcia. I'm so happy to be here. I'm just going to share 3 slides with you, if that's okay. Can you give me a thumbs up if you see the bilingual seal? Okay, great.
Madam President, can somebody mute their background, please?
Dr. Garcia, I think it might be you. There's been this. Yeah, thank you.
So right now, Santa Fe Public Schools offers all of our students the opportunity to pursue a state seal of bilingualism and biliteracy in a language other than English. And students earn the state seal of bilingualism and biliteracy through a combination of coursework, assessment, portfolio presentations, or tribal certification. Students that are awarded the state seal of bilingualism and biliteracy receive that seal on their diploma and on their official transcripts. And this certifies that the student is proficient in 2 or more languages. So not only will it help students with college applications, but having the seal will help students throughout their entire school and work career in the future. Santa Fe Public Schools has awarded or will be awarding bilingual seals to students in these languages. It's a long list.
It's a very long list.
The number of students pursuing the seal has steadily increased over the past 5 years. This year we did take a hit due to COVID-19, but students were carrying a lot of extra baggage, I guess, on their plates. They were working or they were taking care of loved ones and trying to go to school. So some students, these students really worked hard, the 110 that are pursuing their seal right now. Although the bilingual seal process has proven to be challenging during the pandemic, the Language and Culture Department has been able to expand our network of language evaluators for the various languages. We have language evaluators supporting Santa Fe Public Schools from St. John's College, Rio Rancho Public Schools, the University of New Mexico, international exchange teachers, and some judges out of state. So Santa Fe Public Schools made history last year, if you remember. We were the first district in the state of New Mexico to award a student a bilingual seal in both Chinese and Spanish. And that student was from Mandela. That was the first trilingual recipient. This year, we're hoping to do that again Another student from Mandela who will be pursuing their bilingual seal in Italian and Spanish. Before the pandemic, the Language and Culture Department hosted an event at the Santa Fe Convention Center for students and families. We had the comedian Carlos Medina, and we had the mariachi entertainment by the late Ernie Gonzalez. It was a time of celebration, and we hope to continue that event once we're safely able to do so. I was hoping the principals would be on a little bit longer because without them, this wouldn't be possible. This is a big collaborative effort. So to end, I'd just like to thank the staff of the Language and Culture Department for organizing the bilingual seal presentations, all of the high school principals, the testing coordinators, Larry Chavez for supporting the secondary schools, Linda Sink, Debbie Rial, and a special thank you to Dr. Garcia for her unfailing support of this bilingual seal process and for promoting bilingualism and biliteracy within Santa Fe Public Schools. You'll be greatly missed, and you will be getting a phone call from us to be a guest speaker at our next celebration. So you better pick up that phone, Dr. Garcia.
I will. I thank you so much, Ms. Vigil, for your leadership and moving this program forward. You've done amazing work over the last several years. I do want to point out, though, back to that slide with your original question, Ms. Noble. And again, my apologies to you, Ms. Vigil. This was intended to be right after the grad rates, and we got so caught up with the festivities, it just like, and I just lost it. But I did want to say, if you go to that slide with the graph, I know the original question, Ms. Noble, was that you wanted to know what had happened last year. And, we went into a remote mode. It was crazy. The program was not as evolved as it was. And to still keep that momentum, Ms. Vigil, with those students and have 135, 10 more than the previous year, complete the bilingual seal is just really amazing to see that. And, that 15, that increase, that drop, is also the kids who have been in those programs, right? It varies by year. So it's not always linear, but it looks great. And think of where we started with 33 or 54 in 16, 17, and where we are today. It's just again, another example of Santa Fe Public Schools leading the way. So thank you so much again for your leadership.
And we're expecting to really increase over the next 2 to 3 years. We'll be receiving some of the students that have exited El Camino Real, where they have taken the DELA exam already. And so they're already halfway there to getting their seal by taking that DELA exam in 8th grade. So we're looking at an increase in the next couple of years. Thank you.
This is so wonderful. And honestly, I was yes, Ms. Price. Go ahead.
You said that they're getting a seal in Chinese. There are many different dialects, and Mandarin is one, Cantonese is another. I have a cousin who is fluent in Cantonese. So what is the quote unquote Chinese language that they're getting a seal in?
Yes, Board Member Price and board members and Dr. Garcia, the dialect is Mandarin. And I think that's because Mandela offers Mandarin as part of their coursework. And so that's the language that we're getting, Mandarin.
Thank you.
And just to say, I've been hearing some horror stories about bilingualism and language equity really falling off in digital terms. And clearly we took a hit, but honestly, those numbers filled me with joy and gratitude for your work, because I was worried we'd see half or less of the previous year, and clearly that didn't happen. And, to all those students who stayed with it this year through so much remote learning, just, huge congratulations. And Ms. Vigil, thank you for your work and for, I'm sure, being a big part of those numbers being as good as they are. Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Madam President, Rudy again.
Okay, Rudy, again.
So really quick, Miss Field, great job. You talk faster than I talk, but you're awesome and you get straight to the point. I respect that. And thank you for what you do. For the entire team of Santa Fe Public Schools, and you all are listening, thank you for all what y'all do. Like Dr. Garcia, it's a team effort. And Miss Field, you still talk faster than I talk. However, great job. And as Mr. Price said, what about the other individuals? I get it, understand that. So I appreciate that the public schools is actually moving forward and talking about this stuff. And but thank you for Santa Fe Public Schools team. I cannot say that enough. But thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Vice President Garcia. Any other comments, questions from the board? Thanks again for your patience, Ms. Vigil. Appreciate you being here. Board announcements and follow-up. I do have one that I need to bring up, which is the NMSBA School Boards Association scholarships. We need to nominate a senior for potentially receiving a $1,000 scholarship from the New Mexico School Boards Association. And if it's amenable, I'd like to suggest maybe Dr. Garcia that we ask the principals and that we have 2 board members work maybe with you between now and April 15th, when we'll need to make the nomination official in order to make the school board's deadline. Anybody?
Madam
Yes.
President, really quick. So did Dr. Garcia give everybody off for 2 hours tomorrow?
It's our, what do we call it?
Good Friday?
Mid-semester break? No, we don't call it that, but it's Good Friday.
It's just off. It's just, I don't know what we call it because we had our spring break already, but we're off of, while the schools are off Friday and Monday, the entire district is closed tomorrow. And then various people are taking Monday off. So,
so everybody's off tomorrow.
Everyone is off. The whole district is closed tomorrow.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah.
So sorry, Madam President, to get off the agenda for a bit, but.
So just wondering if any board members want to volunteer to work on nominations for the School Boards Association. Ultimately, this will be, I'm sure Dr. Garcia will, what we've done in the past is ask principals for nominations of seniors deserving of this. And again, there's $1,000 potentially. And then selecting, the hard part is, they'll all nominate great students, and selecting one to be our nominee that we would take action on April 15th.
Madam President, I'll be on the committee if you're actually creating a committee.
Okay, the committee is 2. It looks like Dr. Gonzalez is also volunteering. Okay, Dr. Garcia, you have a committee of 2 board members. Thank you. Thank you both for doing that. Much appreciate it. Okay, we went through our advanced planning. We'll be together at 4 for our training, and then 5 for our review of resumes, candidates. That's next week. And then there's the Citizens Review Committee on April 14th, the Audit Committee on the 15th, and a school board meeting on the 15th in the evening with the tentative executive session. Anything further on advanced planning?
Yes, remember we're going to get the hard copies on Wednesday.
Correct. Thank you.
Okay.
And we'll have to probably work out just individually with Dr. Garcia helping us how we get those. Anything further?
Madam President, just really quick, thank you for everybody that volunteers for the school system. Our community does a great job volunteering for our community system, for our community schools, CRC, our community schools, everything else, and the entire staff. So I just appreciate everybody, because as a community, we need to stick together and be together. And I appreciate everybody. Thank you. And with that, a motion for adjourn.
Thank you. We don't usually move and adjourn. I just call it. And I also just want to say thank you to everybody for your patience tonight. It was a long agenda. I'm going to try not to do too much self-recrimination about all of that and what we could have done better. But I will really make an effort for us not to have such a long meeting for board members. That we've been sitting 5 hours and we didn't have a break. So anyway, much appreciation, and I'm sorry this one ran so long, and thank you all for your patience and perseverance and tenacity and whatever. Grit. Okay, we are adjourned. Thank you. Good night.
Bye, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
See you later.
Thanks, Joe.